to tell you a joke. I don't want to tell you anything at all. But you know the problem with me? I never could keep my big mouth shut.
I believe that's Abe Goldfarb as the giant clown head. If I remember the...
It says not all attractions are suitable to all ages. Visitors are encouraged to exercise judgment. Pretty vague as warnings go.
Well, that sounds like Eddings. Hold on, hopping over to IMD on my phone real quick. But while we fill, so I've heard this game described as Darkseed meets Silent Hill 2 meets Sanitarium. Darkseed and Silent Hill 2, need no introduction. But Sanitarium, I don't remember ever hearing much about. It was a macabre point-and-click adventure from back in the day, kind of adjacent to like the Yonan Vasquez, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, and Vader Zim crowd aesthetically. And I played it back when I used to work at a GameStop in Philadelphia. Me and some of my coworkers would go hang out after work. And one of them, we'd go back to her and her husband's place, and we'd all play, whatever, goof around and play shit. We played through a good chunk of Strangeland, but we couldn't beat it. It was we couldn't figure it out. Not Strangeland, Sanitarium. I remember there being a puzzle. Ooh, spooky. Where you're trying to play hide and seek with this group of kids, and we went around and around and around, and one of them was just the best hide and seek player ever because they were buried. I'll look up the cast later. I keep getting apparently there's a 1998 film called Strangeland that is confusing Google results.
It's an ad for Nepenthe. It reads, "Quaff, oh quaff, this fine Nepenthe. Win a bottle today at the shooting gallery."
That is a line from Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven.
Looks like they really want me to go in.
Nepenthe being the waters of forgetfulness from
Looks
Greek
like
myth.
they really want me to go in. Hello?
Leave me alone. I already told you a joke.
Not very inviting. Wait!
Goodbye, my love.
She's gone.
Not gone, Querent. Nearly dead. Again and again she comes to this well, to weep and leap at the sound of the shriek. Which of you will save the other?
Stranger in a Strange Land, of course, being a
Hello?
science fiction novel by
Hello?
Robert Heinlein.
I guess I need to put in a quarter.
I've tried reading it so many times. I've never been much of a fan of Heinlein, and Stranger in a Strange Land is might be the first white savior story I ever read or tried to read.
Listen, the thing you have to understand is, this is all your fault. You miss all the obvious signs. You let everything slip through your fingers. And you're no good at fixing things. That's why she's dead. That's why you're here. Right? Anyway, I'll call again later. But if you need help, and you will need help, please Please hang up and press 0 to dial your operator.
Wait!
Yeah, the aesthetic is fucking great, and the animation is really beautiful
He
too, in like
sounded
very subtle ways.
just like me.
Like just those close-up shots just now of her face crying and him on the phone. Like you could expect those to be like static shots, but just those little touches of the tear and the mouth moving. So 0 gives us our in-game hint system.
I knew you'd call. See, this isn't our first ride on the merry-go-round. And even though I can't hear you, I'll always know what you need. You need her. What's killing her? Can you stop it? Can you even face it?
Okay.
Hello?
Sticks and stones will make me groan, but words will never move me.
Okay, so we appear to be already in some sort of loop. Some never-ending purgatorial state.
I already have her picture in my mind.
Call 431.
3-1. It's been torn off after the first 3 digits.
Okay, so we need the full number.
Yeah, I get the message.
Welcome to the mysteries of the deep. Home of the luminous stream maid, the vitriolic sea star, and the oleaginous black swan.
So they've been throwing a number of literary allusions at us so far. I mean, the Black Swan could refer to Swan Lake. Oop. There we go.
What happened?
We've also got these 2 crows that were on the menu and have been in the imagery so far.
Not this again. Here's one for you. Man sitting in his doctor's office. Doc says, and now here's the good news. Man says, Doc, you didn't even tell me the bad news. Doc says, not this again.
Yeah. I was letting the clown do his thing, but yeah. Mirnin and Funin? Something in Funin. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, Odin's 2 crows were representations of, one was thought and the other was memory.
It's an ad for Nepenthe. Win a bottle today at the shooting gallery.
And this also drawing the allusion to the Raven. So we've got the crows playing double duty there, potentially. In the poem, the narrator is wanting Nepenthe to free him of the memory of his lost wife. He wants to forget. Wants to forget she ever existed to alleviate himself of the pain of her being dead. So by invoking both of these load-bearing metaphor, yeah, I mean, that it seems so far that way. Because we have a character who is, seeking a woman who's died. It's been alluded to that it's his fault and that this is a punishment. And by evoking the crows in both the memory and forgetfulness or the alleviation of memory, you've created a symbol that is being torn between the character's, desires and the character's needs.
These roots are supporting an unnatural bridge.
We're 3 screens into the game. This is what my fucking liberal arts degree does for you.
Who's there? Did you scare off those nice doves? Come closer. Let me hear you.
Sticks and stones will make me groan.
Yeah, I've heard it before.
Different voice, though.
It seems to be ignoring me. It's an empty bird bath.
It had water once, but the deeper he drinks, the dimmer grows the mind of many a man.
A large crow.
Raven.
An empty bird bath. He's just writing down whatever the raven says.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Childhood.
It's a U.
Ahem. It is the you.
It's not much of a tree for climbing. A noose. I wonder how it got there.
You were the one who tied it there. Tried hanging yourself. Did it make you any wiser?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
That's why I write things down, you know. So as not to remember.
Don't you mean to forget?
Yes, I do mean to forget.
Pity the old man, for when the drink is gone, he is only left with the bottle. What's that from? I don't recognize that quote.
Specialist.
His eyes, they're gone.
But my ears are just fine, stranger.
So historically, and especially in the Greek sense, lack of eyes or, lack of vision is a signifier for... A signifier for unnatural sight. They've given up their earthly eyes to see into the astral realms, the future, oracles of one nature or another.
Who are you?
I'm afraid I don't rightly know. I'm just an old fool who can hardly remember what he's read, much less who he is. I do recall a book that said, each is his own judge. That might just have to do.
That's not from No Exit, but it sounds like it should be.
There was a golden-haired woman who threw herself down a well.
No sickness is worse to one who is wise than to lack the longed-for love.
I'm also just loving this fucking carnival music in the background.
But who was she?
Who are we to rob each other of our forgetfulness? After all, it's written somewhere that the learned man whose lore is deep is seldom happy at heart.
Can't you just tell me who you are?
Seldom do those who are silent make mistakes, so I think I'd best hold my tongue.
So he's one of those guys who only speaks in quotations.
Can you at least tell me your name?
Well, I remember the name Thimble Famby, but whether it's mine or yours or both
Thimble
of ours,
Famby.
I can't quite say.
That name sounds... So, I don't recall any specific stories, but I've read a handful of short stories and Yiddish myth, and that name itself doesn't specifically sound familiar, but it fits the cadence of of what, how do you phrase it? So in Yiddish myth, there's a recurring character of like cunning tricksters who get one over on oppressive or overbearing force characters. The most culturally relevant distillation of this is Bugs Bunny is kind of an image of these sorts of characters getting one over on Yosemite Sam and Elmer Fudd with his wacky hijinks and outwitting them. And Fimble Famby, while it doesn't necessarily match the names of any of those sorts of characters that I personally know about, the naming, it fits the convention of like the cadence of the names that I've read. That might be me reaching, though.
What are you writing?
The same things I've written 1,000 times before. After all, an act can lose meaning if you do it often enough.
Where are we?
I wish I could tell you. The man who stands at a strange threshold should be cautious before he crosses it. I read that once, I think.
I keep hearing a terrible shriek. What is it?
The dark thing.
What is the dark thing?
A shadow locked away up there, festering. Some boils are better left unlanced.
How can I reach the dark thing?
A word leads to a word. A deed to a deed. For silver he speaks, his wisdom worth gold. I read that once, or maybe I wrote it. I suppose it doesn't much matter, one way or the other.
So for silver he speaks draws to mind Judas Iscariot, which is, doubly reinforced by the noose in the tree at sunset over here.
What happened to your eyes?
I fed them to a raven. He said it would bring me wisdom.
Okay, that is, okay. That also, I just finished Primordia yesterday, actually, for the first time. It was fantastic. But, okay, so, with the Raven, right, and we've talked about Odin and his two ravens, Odin sacrificed his eye and hung himself from the world tree. Pardon me, I got a cough. To gain wisdom and the power of foresight. It's how he became the Allfather. I'm very early in here. This is only like the third screen, so I haven't really solved any of the puzzles yet. Some of the ones in Primordia, were a little too obtuse. I had to go looking, but then there were a couple of standouts, like in the information panel when you had to do all the word games and find the different keywords to search for. That one was phenomenal. I loved that. But we've clearly got this allusion to Odin and hanging himself. So again, maybe the Judas Iscariot was me reaching, because that feels like it fits more tightly with the. Although Odin only gave up one eye, this man has lost both. So.
Did it work? Are you wiser?
Nice.
Oh yes, indeed. I learned that
welcome to the
to
stream.
be blind is better than to burn.
I'm gonna go with
fire, and that it is
Woogwolf.
easier to be rid of your eyes.
I
than
apologize.
The vision that offended you.
Did you mention doves?
Yes, I feed them as they flutter by. I find it soothes my mind. Are they here?
There's a crow.
Do you mean that crow?
Raven.
No, I mean the doves. It was the raven who told me of them. Are they here?
I think the raven lied.
Well, what difference does it make to a blind man?
Why's that bird bath empty?
Once it was filled with fresh well water, as cool and clear as a sound mind. But doves and ravens would much rather bathe in dust. Maybe they can't abide their reflections either.
We do have a lot of brown in the color palette, that's true. There's a lot of earth tones, but like, it makes things like this just pop in a way that I really like. The main character, there's been a lot of... Oh.
Joy to him who has understood. Delight to those who have listened.
I'll be back, but I just wanted to get see if I can... it's hard to see from this angle, but when they do close-ups, the character also has these really striking purple eyes.
Abstraction.
There's been a lot of emphasis on eyes so far. He has none.
Loathsome.
The loadings, the menu screen has the two birds.
About the doves.
Are they here?
Native resolution, I'm running it at 1920 by 1080.
No. Goodbye.
Love becomes loathing if long one sits by the hearth in another's home.
It's too far off.
What else have we got? But yeah, no, this is some of the most detailed pixel art I've seen in a while.
Step right up, step right up. Win yourself a bottle of Nepenthe, the brew that puts a bullet in all your bad thoughts.
I played around with the launch options just for like logistic stream purposes, see if I could, find something, but ultimately I just restored them all back to defaults because I couldn't quite get it to do everything I wanted to do just for my own needs, so I found ways around just the defaults.
There's no latch, and the edges are too tight for me to pull it off with just my fingers.
I did play with them, yes, but then I just reset them back to how they were.
10 hits gets you 1 hit, and 1 hit's all it takes to bring blessed sleep.
Okay. Alright, looks like we gotta shoot the thing when it lights up.
So close.
I guess I need to be faster, or they need to be slower, or something.
Hey, you missed, pal. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nice. Huh. So did we just drink that, or did it go into our inventory? Okay. Is that the God Galaxy?
Nepenthe, a drug to quiet all pain and strife, and bring forgetfulness of every ill.
this up here. This is just the game HUD. It was there was a very similar one in Primordia. Words. Oh boy, drugs. Oh yeah, I'm in big picture. That's how I got around the logistical things I was talking about earlier. Oh. Answer your telephone. Oh, the achievement. Yeah, that's the Steam
Now
overlay.
you're wondering, am I losing my mind? No, you're
You're fine.
finding it.
Ask away.
You've hidden a hard grain of truth beneath smooth layers of lies. A masquerade of metaphors. Here's a metaphor for you. Your mind is a matryoshka. It's just you.
Huh.
And you. And you. And you.
A matryoshka, otherwise known as a Russian nesting
Here to
doll.
open you up.
All right, so we've got the Nepenthe. I don't think we actually checked in the well after she
It's
jumped.
a long way down, but I could give it a shot.
I am immortal. Yeah. Oh, man. So far, I've only played Resonance and Primordia. See, more focus on the eyes. But Abe's characters were, like, just the standout show stealers
Still
for me in
just
both
me
cases.
and these rocks.
I love that.
I've got plenty.
See, I didn't even notice those rocks were there. That was a great way of drawing my attention to them. Thank you, game.
Crow's flying along. Sees a crab eating some lady. Crow squawks. What are you doing? She's not even dead yet. Crab scuttles off. Next day, Crow's flying along, sees the crab's at it again. I thought I told you to scram, he says. Crab says, take another look. Crow looks at the lady and just says, carry on. Get it?
Yeah, it's very clearly Abe on the other end of the phone, but I think he also does the voice of the clown too, if I remember a promo tweet I saw. Hotspot highlight. I don't think so. Let me double check. Let's see. Walk, talk, use. Quickly exit, examine, scroll, inventory, save, load. Skip, quick save, loads. No, I don't think so. Yeah, no, nothing there. I find I didn't need it in, there were a couple of items I missed in Resonance. Like, I remember, Voice of Dog was on that stream with me, and he had played the game before. So he had to, like, tell me, like, you know, where I had passed up something that I needed.
Just Steam. Just Steam.
I'm curious.
A huge furnace with 83 painted on it.
That is my name, 83.
Oh, hi.
A huge furnace.
Getting flashbacks to Home Alone.
What are you?
I am the fire that burns the impure.
I don't dislike that feature. It's useful in a lot of games, but I do find that if you design your games intentionally, like you can there are other ways around it than having to, you know, do the highlight feature, like the way that dying made the character draw my attention to the rocks, things like that. And exactly, there's no one forcing you to use it. That's kind of the end, you know, that's the be-all and end-all of any account of any accessibility or difficulty arguments is, then don't use the damn thing, right? Like, put easy modes in Dark Souls, I don't care.
What's that anvil for?
Like the bear that licks its cub into shape with a tongue of fire, I forge from ore upon the anvil whatever thing I wish.
But, you know, this example just now of him calling out the rocks was a fairly elegant way of solving that problem that I appreciate.
Can you make something for me?
I can make anything. Bring me a work order and lay your metal upon the anvil.
Oh boy, I need a work order.
There was a golden-haired woman who threw herself down a well.
The bellows gasped on the day she was made.
But who was she?
A flawed thing that fire could not save.
What can you tell me about the dark thing?
It should have been burnt away, but the fire did no more than shrink it for a time.
Okay. So we bring him metal.
You have said so before.
And a work order, and he can forge
just
things.
Steam.
Yeah, no, I saw a playthrough one time of,
I'll need to find where they start.
I forget the name of the game. It was an old, Sierra game, and it was like a James Bond knockoff. And one of the very first puzzles in the game was you had to...
What the...
Oh, wow.
That's it! That shadow! That's what's making that sound. That's what's killing her. I have to destroy it.
Okay. A goal. Yeah, one of the first puzzles in the game was you had to pull a push pin out of a map on the wall. And the push pin was like 2 pixels.
It's not operational.
And unlabeled. So it was... no.
What an idiot grin. What an idiot grin.
Oh. Hey, puppy. Wait a minute.
It's chewing on a piece of metal?
Okay, I'm gonna need that metal, but...
Nice doggy. Any closer and it'll attack me.
Strangeland, you can try to pet the dog. Okay, so we can't go that way because of the dog. Can we, like, control this telescope? Doesn't seem like we
I have
can.
to kill it.
Oh, I can't even get close enough to look at the sign. Okay. Okay, so anything over here is off limits until
It's not operational.
I deal with puppers. And he's also got metal, which we could presumably use for 8-3 to forge us some
tracks
stuff.
leading to the top of the park.
Teen Agent? Oh, the name of the... No, it was, the Stealth Affair? Operation Stealth. That's what it was called.
Sticks and stones will make me groan.
Yeah, I've heard it before.
Early mid-90s, like Space Quest 1 and 2 era.
I need to put in a quarter.
We need a quarter for... You know, I wonder... Where's...
I need to deposit a coin first.
Guess not.
pick either direction, but definitely go left, I guess.
Oh, that was the... Yes, okay.
No need to bother with that.
Oh, I guess maybe the control box could have made that shooting game easier, but it wasn't too bad. Okay, so there's also a lot of Nordic runes around the carnival, so just kind of adding to the whole Norse aspect of some of the imagery here. Celtic. I'm not the expert. I've seen a lot of these runes used in what you call it, like Norse stories. But that's also probably just like American Western temporal compression. No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
There's nothing on them but nonsense. They're just nonsense.
Like, there comes a point where certain symbols and iconography, you know, kind of get, over time, mushed together in ways that were never intended. Because, like, yeah, these on the floor, in particular, are... I've definitely, like, these were actually, like, a gameplay feature in, what was that game called? Hellblade. Which, now that I think about it, the character was a Celt, and you were going into Norse territory, so that tracks with what you said. Let's go back over here, because all we really did was electrocute ourselves on the fence.
Non-stop show, huh? No wait. Tell that to whoever put this gate up.
All right, well.
But what if I forgot her?
Can't do that. Yeah, no, you're fine. No insult taken. Like I said, I was just mixing up different aspects of the game I was thinking of. All right, let's try the operator.
Aren't you even curious what's inside that tent?
The tent. Oh, hey, look at that.
The hole's just big enough to reach through. It's a good 30 feet out of reach. I'll need to get into the tent first. Got it. Sure is heavier than it looked.
Heavier than it looked. Well, looks like it's time to cut open a rat.
A very heavy dead rat. There's a line of stitches down its chest. A good handful of rocks.
So let's see.
It's too far off.
All right. We gotta open up this rat. I wonder if we can open it up with angry puppy teeth.
I guess dead rat's not its thing.
I guess not. Maybe we can drug the puppy?
Never met a dog that would take its medicine straight. I don't want to waste it.
No.
What an idiot grin.
Oh, you know what? I got an idea. The eye was too far to reach, but what if we throw a rock at it?
No way I could manage that.
Sure you could. Believe in yourself.
No way I could manage
Fine.
that. It's an eye.
Yeah.
Something horrible.
Yeah, like clearly it's all being done through, a nightmare imagery filter, but like all of the carnival aspects sort of lean toward earlier half of the 20th century as far as an era. But then you've got things like this much more modern payphone. Let's try throwing a rock down the well. That's the thing people do.
Pretty long way down.
Hey, that's an old Raven trick. Trying to float her body up to where you can get it, huh? Won't work. Believe me, I've tried it. There's no water down there. Just roots and darkness.
Wonder if we can throw a rock at this raven. She did say sticks and stones.
All right, I'll talk.
Oh, hey, nice.
So, who or what are you?
I just am. Because I think.
Yeah, if you need sleep, go sleep. The VOD will be up later. Thank you for hanging out.
Really? What are you?
A raven, lunatic.
Where are we?
Baked in a pie, I guess.
Okay, what do we got there? We got the cart. We got 4 and 20 blackbirds.
Do you just sit
Yeah,
there,
right.
watching every time that woman kills herself?
Aw, don't get so bent out of shape. That little slip and fall didn't do her any harm.
Nah, you're fine. Active chat is never a bad thing. Do not worry about it.
But she killed herself.
Don't take it so literally, boss. Believe me, if she were dead, I'd be eating her eyes.
Gross.
As you might have noticed, death is different here. Puts a poor raven out of work, I'll tell you that.
Are you sure you're not a crow?
Look, I may be unkind, but I'm not murderous. And I croak rather than caw. Plus, I fly in a pair, not in a flock. Raven. Definitely raven.
Don't try to tell me what I am, motherfucker.
What can you tell me about the dark thing?
I'm a raven, not a rat. Go
I have a
ask
rat.
somebody else.
Ooh, can you eat this rat for me?
What did you mean? Death is different here.
It means I'll not carry in comfort down there, feast on thee.
Goodbye.
No, I get that. I got anxieties myself. But safe place. This is a safe place. For as much as I can reassure. Will you eat this rat?
Nah, I smell a rat.
God damn it. Maybe the other one will eat the rat or have different things to say.
Let me line this shot up.
Oh, okay. Body, head, legs. This purple spot here, that's his eye. Got him.
My beak.
Beak?
Oh, above the old man, that appears to be an awning, like a sun awning he's put onto the side of the tree, and that's just like a decorative eye pattern on it.
My wing.
Huh? Wing?
Oh. Okay. So for whatever...
My claws!
Did you say claws?
Okay. So we can get the old man to write certain things based on where we hit the bird with rocks.
This could be useful.
Beak, wing, or claws.
The word claws is written on it.
You know what? You never know what's going to be useful.
My beak.
Beak?
Let's go ahead and get one of each. Yay, animal cruelty. That's okay. We're in a purgatorial nightmare loop.
My wing.
Huh? Wing?
It's illegible.
G is the cruelest letter for a blind man to write.
It's just gibberish. I can't use this as a work order.
Oh, okay. Aha.
An empty bird bath.
Okay. So that's the...
Please don't! There's something moving down there, and a hint of golden light.
Well, that was different than the last time we looked down there. Huh. Yeah, I have to assume she's going through the same death and rebirth cycle that we are. I mean, the crow implied that everyone down here is.
Kid staring at heaven when suddenly there's this stabbing pain in his eye. Can't stop himself from crying. And everywhere he looks, everything's ugly, dirty, dark. Kid runs to the doctor, and the doc checks him out. Doc says, "Well, Kai, problem is you've got a little shard in there." Kai looks at him and says, "But Doc, you've got a whole mirror in yours."
Not very inviting. Hello?
Leave me alone. I already told you a joke.
The clown is silly. Silly clown door. Every time we come back to this screen, I see more and more arrows. Like, I didn't notice this one down here. There's some over here. Okay. That way leads to the electric fence. That way leads to the forge and the dog. Let's just see what the operator has to say while we're here.
You ever heard of a white lie? What could be a better example than telling an old man that a raven is a dove?
Yeah, all right. That I was thinking
Recurrence.
I was thinking more along the lines of we had to fill up this bird bath and somehow that would attract doves. So my
He seems to be writing down whatever the raven squawks.
foreground right on this screen or on a on which screen? in the well room. I'll go back and take a look at that.
About the doves.
After I lie to this nice old man.
Here?
Sure they're here.
Ah, then let me find a crust of bread.
Aha!
A scrap of meat.
I'd
Alright.
rather think of it as bread for the doves.
Oh, poppers! Foreground right in the well room. Looks like it's got like, looks like some kind of like smiley clown face that would be facing off in this direction, but then the body is these like gross wires. Yeah. Okay. Let's go feed some meat to a puppy. Yes. Yes, give me the spike. I got eated. I just wanted to... Does that count as petting the dog? I pet his teeth with my guts?
Talk about the dog that bit you.
Stop me if you've heard this one.
Hello,
Man drags
Kefka. How are
himself
you?
into his shrink's office. Says, Doc, I got this bad feeling. My wife thinks all I do is dwell on the bad stuff and complain. Shrink says to herself, why'd I ever go and marry my patient?
Good night, Wugworf. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that. I'm sorry. Sleep well. Take care of yourself. Darn caps lock. Okay, so we've got this spike. Let's take a look at that.
A scrap of metal chewed into a dull spike.
Let's see if we can use that at the anvil. Okay. All right. We got a couple of work orders. My name is subject to every pronunciation. Start that over. Pronunciation.
To make fitting claws will take more than that mere pin.
Not enough metal. Can you make me
That's not going to work.
Sorry. Can you make me a beak?
Now, step away. Behold the beak, fit for one who would carve and cut.
Oh ho. Replacement PC, but after doing some overtime, too exhausted to set it up and start camo. Yeah, I know, that's something you'd want to set aside a day for, because no matter how long you think it's going to take, there's going to be unexpected bullshit.
An ugly steel dagger.
Let's use it to cut open this rat.
It was stuffed with quarters?
Nice. Okay. Quarters. I got...
Please help!
See, that's the most disturbing image to me so far. Okay, I've got a couple of things I can do with quarters. Obviously the fortune teller head, but there's also a coin slot on the payphone, which I guess you just...
That dog's hunger is all in its head. That's how things are here. Reality is what you make of it. If you want to deal with the beast, food alone won't do it.
Let's see, so... let's just try, Okay, that'll ring forever, right? Okay, it's automatically putting a coin in. Fair. Okay. So I guess if we had tried to do that before we got the quarters, it would not have done so. Then there's throw the coin in a wishing well.
If wishes were fishes, I wouldn't eat eyes.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. This doesn't seem like the kind of game that would make that joke, but fuck it, we're here. Dang. No Jenny. Although...
If you need help, hang up and then press 0 to dial your operator.
Let's see, there's a slightly different variant on that joke. It's from a Motown blues song that I don't know who originally did it because I saw it in Blues Brothers 2000 when I was a kid.
If you'd like to make a call,
Okay. But we do have a flyer over here with the first half of a number, so presumably once we get that number, we can use that.
I need to put in a quarter.
All right.
I am Murmur the Magnificent, great giver of counsel. What was, what is, and what will be are all mine to draw from the deck of your life. For what you've paid, we may speak of cards, and hear what suits the fates. What would you know?
Well, let's go in order.
I'm past.
I will tell you the figures. You will tell me the cards. And they will show us their truth. Let us begin. I see you, Querent. What card do you make of the man you were?
Well, I mean, we've definitely been given indication that we were the hangman. But which is everybody's favorite from JoJo's?
The Hanged Man.
Ever wanting wisdom, never knowing where to find it, stuck in time as a sacrifice to himself. A fitting choice. And what is the card for where he was?
I mean,
The world.
The final card in the deck. That last perfect moment. The Holy Union with the Sacred Woman. A sound selection. And tell me, what card will we lay for her?
Yeah, I mean, it's all over Binding of Isaac. It's the name of bosses throughout the entire House of the Dead series. Like, it's kind of an easy go-to.
The lovers.
Yet it marks not love, Querent, but sacrifice. And to change the heart.
I haven't played the Personas. I bought
cards.
I bought the first
Hangman.
3, I think.
The world.
Hold that thought.
The lovers. What shall we make of them? A man who stands blithe and blind upon the very cusp of change, failing to heed a woman's flesh and blood, while making an idol of her. That, Querent, is what was.
Idle offer.
Well, we sound charming. I bought the first 2 or the first 3 on my Vita when, because the PSP port, the PSP downloads, when I thought the store was going out of business because I didn't know if I'd ever get another chance to play them, so I figured I should grab them while I could.
I am Merlin the Magnificent, great giver of counsel. What would you know?
Let's talk about the presents.
My present.
We will now speak of cards again. Once more, I see you, Querent. What card shall stand for the man before me?
I can no longer choose the one I picked last time. Now let's go with Fool.
The Fool.
Ah, the excuse. An empty-headed vagabond wandering among wonders. The card suits you, but which best befits this place?
Oh, different cards. So I do know that the Blasted Tower is representative of like instability in your life. Like it's supposed to be your personal fortress come under attack, which seems appropriate. This is a fairly unstable situation. I don't know a lot about tarot.
A ruin rent by lightning, the rumble of wrecking change, which may yet hold the flash of insight. It will do for this strange land. Now, what will you pick for the old scribe you so lately stood beside?
Adventure Time also had tarot symbolism. A quintuplet of villains had to be hunted down. Oh, I never watched Adventure Time. I tried. It just never stuck with me. No, like something about it just didn't click. Let's go with the Magician.
The Magician.
The one that follows the fool, shadowed by the infinite. His hidden bidding is to wield your own wisdom. You would do well to heed the lesson. The fool, the tower, the magician. What do these cards show? A man who outwits himself, lost in liminal space. That infinitesimal between whence and whither. His well of wisdom has run dry. A worm gnaws at the roots of his confidence, and thought and memory blind his mind's eye. That quiet is what is.
Are you saying I have to kill the crows? Because I'll do it.
Wince and wither.
All right, we got one more for the future.
I am Merlin the Magnificent, great giver of counsel. What would you know?
My future.
We will now speak of cards again. For the final time, Querent, it is you that I see. What card will serve for the you who is to come?
So,
holding a lamp to see and a staff to walk, but looking only inward, seeking only himself. The card suits you. Which one suits that ride, that Valkyrie, which promises to bear you up to where the great battle awaits?
Let's go with Judgment. That seems the most fitting.
Judgment.
We seem to be being tested down here.
Sounding the trump of doom. it will do. There is but one more now. The dark thing that lurks above. What is its card?
The devil? Let's go with the devil.
It's the devil.
Yes. There he
Death
sits upon
is
his
more
throne.
of
Man and woman
an omen of
bound
change
before
than
him.
anything else.
But only loosely.
Transition.
It is merely a matter of shedding their chains. So then, what have we? The Hermit. Judgment. The Devil. You will call for 3, 1, 10, 1, 3. And from among the dead, you will be taken to be born and reborn, to rise, to fall, and rise again, until you find your way. That quiet is what will be.
Call! Call!
You seem to have a lot to say.
Did you say something about an idle offer?
No, that animatronic card sharp did. Or did he say idle afar? The trouble with prophecies is the words have always got a double meaning.
Why did you say wince and wither?
Isn't that what the head said? 'Cause we ravens know all about the moment between wince and wither. Long, short, it all comes down to the same thing. When living becomes dying. And we get ready to dip our beaks.
Did you say call?
No, he said it. Call 4, 3, something, something, something.
Goodbye.
Huh. Did I miss that?
I am what would
Yeah. Murmur the Magnificent. Give me the future again.
we have read the future, and you will call for 3, 1, 10, 1, 3. And from among the dead, you will be taken. That correct.
Three, 1, 3. I mean, that's not a full number, but
We're sorry. We are unable to complete your call as dialed. Please check the number.
Let me check that flyer again.
This reminds me of something Murmur said.
Yeah. But we're still missing a digit.
What?
My future.
We have read the future in the card, and you will call for 3, 1, 10, 1, 3. And from among the dead, you will be taken. That quiet is what will be.
Yeah, we do 431 313, but it's a 7-digit number. That.
We're sorry. We are unable to complete your call as dialed. Please check the number and dial again, or call your operator to help you.
431 1013. You will call for 3 wanton 1 3. Four, 3, 1, 10, 1, 3. Okay. I see where you're coming from. Yeah. We'll call 4, 3, 1, 10, 1, 3. Yeah! All right. Thank you, Carrick. Good call.
I guess so?
Are you grown enough to bear the strain?
Yes?
Then on wind and through cloud shall thunder the three.
Where were the tracks? The tracks were back this way? Yeah. Yep. Okay.
I'll need to find where they start. It's not operational.
So
I don't think it'll ever stop being hungry.
Said we got to get in its head.
It's a rat skin. Not really anything more to say about it.
Oh, you know what? I got a thought. It'll never stop being hungry unless we make it forget that it's hungry.
So, could I have some more meat? I mean, bread? For the doves.
Now we drug the puppy.
A knockout marinade. Can you tell me anything about Murmur the Magnificent?
Wise and weighty be the word of his mouth, and his head was too good to bury, whatever that means. I'd say I can't make heads or tails of it, but then I'm not much one for puns.
Goodbye.
We're coming, don't you worry. So far, they've managed to squeeze a lot of detail and gameplay into like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 6 screens? Like a relatively small area. Here, puppers.
His eyes looked happy.
Oh, I cannot pet the good version of the dog either. Strangeland, you can't pet the dog.
Some carny left himself a to-do list taped to the wall in here. Too many winners. Turn up the skull speed. Shut down MOTD. Starfish keeps spitting acid on guests. Find something for Ozzy to chew on.
Oh, Ozzy. Bye, Ozzy.
Beware
I don't know where
of
you went.
Dog. Thanks, guys. Beware of dog.
Hey, stranger. Shh. We're supposed to be men.
Well, aren't these three charming? Oh, Valkyrie. Okay, like was... Okay, more Norse. The Valkyrie were there to guide warriors into the afterlife. So the Valkyrie coaster fits what we've been dealing with thus far.
Who are you?
Well, we're sure not Valkyries. Don't let that sign confuse you.
And we're not fates, neither, just because there's 3 of us.
That's more Murmur's thing.
We're not weird sisters. Even if we are strange. After all, you're strangers still.
The Fates are from Greek mythology, and the Weird Sisters are the witches from the Scottish play.
Okay, you've said who you're not, but who are you?
Just think of us as fragments.
Figments!
Pigments.
Ugh.
What? We're here to add color, aren't we?
The one on the right's my favorite.
Do you have names?
The Three Musketeers!
God damn it.
Ugh.
Look, I'm sure you mean well, but everybody knows not to give their name to a stranger.
Good call. I mean, like, so far these three have been characterized as sex workers, and yeah, don't give out your real name to strangers.
What's with the masks?
Everyone wears them.
You've got one too.
What?
We all have a role to play.
And in this story, there's only room for one woman.
That's why we've gotta be guys.
Okay.
What's under the mask?
Nothing.
Legends say it's death to gaze upon a masker, unmasked.
But I bet you don't pay attention to foolish gossip like that.
That feels like they're invoking
There's
Medusa.
nothing to fear under here. Get it?
Ugh.
What do you mean I'm wearing a mask?
Oh, come on, stranger. You don't really think you escaped from some sanitarium, sporting a retro straitjacket and movie star stubble?
We all dress our best to fit what we think the world wants.
And in a strange land, it suits a man to be estranged.
I met an old scribe under a tree.
Ugh, he's the worst. His handwriting's terrible. I wanted A3 to make me a gaggle of bagels. And you don't even want to guess what I wound up with when I showed him the note that old man wrote.
There's a dirty joke in there. I just can't figure it out because the old man said G was the worst letter.
Where am I?
Well, stranger, I have a feeling you're not in Kansas anymore.
Ugh, come on. Enough with the one-liners.
Fine. You're at wit's end.
Just cut the poor guy a break.
All right then. We'll call it the breaking point.
Don't let that old crap get you down. Remember what they say. Home is where the heart is.
So again, adding to Hegel flashbacks. What was I thinking? Oh, we're adding to the time period, right? Because like they've just dropped Wizard of Oz as a cultural illusion, but in the 40s during the sideshow era, it's kind of unlikely that people working in sideshows would have seen the Wizard of Oz. They would have been very rural and poor. So it would probably not have been that, culturally saturated for, that sort of thing to land. And also, particularly the one on the right, but all three of them have a very modern cadence to their speech. Also, I don't know if this is supposed to be W.C. Fields, but if it is, I'm here for it.
What can you tell me about Murmur?
He's got a head for prophecies.
Yuck, yuck.
There was a golden-haired woman who...
The woman.
There's only one of them in your story.
We won't judge.
Can you tell me anything about her?
She's trying to save you.
You need to find her.
You're kind of a Hansel in distress.
Okay.
Where can I find her?
Up.
Up.
And away.
Do you know anything about the dark thing?
I'm scared of the dark.
While I wait for the dusk.
You'll find out soon enough.
Okay, again, this might be a stretch, but there is a Russian myth about three sisters of the moon that you know, one was the waning, one was the full, and one was the waxing moon. And I'm scared of the dark could maybe be referring to the waxing moon. I'm pulling most of this from American Gods, by the way, which is not necessarily indicative, but Neil Gaiman's the kind of guy who does his research, so I'm sort of pinching off of that secondhand.
Can I look under your mask?
Can't say we didn't warn him.
Whoopsie doopsie.
Nothing. Absolute nothing.
So, some lady goes to see the doctor. Says, Doc, I feel like there's a monster that's eating me alive. Doc says, come on, lady, it's all in your head.
So, I get this suspicion none of his jokes seem to work. Like, all of his jokes are two lines that don't quite match, but he finds very funny. Quarters are made out of metal. I seem to have infinite quarters.
I will deface no coinage for you, stranger.
Alright, fine. Avant-garde anti-humor? Yeah, maybe.
Told ya.
Sorry.
What did I see under there?
You saw the reason why everyone wears masks. I promise we won't ask to look under yours.
Goodbye.
Yep.
Also, the blonde woman had her face come off. So we're dealing with, you know, that sort of, like, inner truth. And these three, it's nothing. I hope I get more of these characters. These three are very interesting. And they've teased a lot of ideas that I want to see developed further. But in the meantime, we have a roller coaster. Hooray!
Good luck!
I thought we would have gone off the edge. Well.
Please. Help me.
Ooh. Oh, the way the mouth moves, that's... Ugh. And
Dark
yeah,
thing.
That very specifically feels like something out of Dark Seed.
You are going to die, and she is going to live. Do you hear me? Well, I guess I made it.
I mean, the carnival setting is very clearly, you know, bringing up Dark Seed 2. Oh, I didn't notice this. What is this? The dark thing's screeching. Interesting. Yeah, the carnival itself is bringing up Dark Seed 2, but, like, that image just now of the head, you know, split in half, that feels like some of the close-ups from Mike in the first one.
Well, I guess I made it. I'm not sure. That tree looks so tiny from up here.
I wonder. Whoops. Oh, we fell on the tree. I'm gonna go back up and talk to the dark thing, but... Actually, now's a good time for a save because my... There we go. What? No. Capitalize it. Yeah. Proper grammar and such. I suspect that once we interact with the dark thing, we might be, like, changing locations. Could be wrong, but just in case, I want to, like, chase down the other leads
Hero goes
before
to
I
his
risk that.
guys and says, "There's this monster that's so horrible, if I look at it, I'll die. Please," he says, "give me something to help." Goddess gives him a shield so smooth it can reflect the world.
That's definitely Medusa.
Says, "Here's a joke."
Yeah, what? I mean, that's very obviously Medusa and Theseus, but, like... What?
I guess I hit that branch on the way down. It's tied too well.
Oh, hold on. I got a solution for that.
There. Huh. It seems like it's grown longer.
Life always gives you a rope long enough to hang yourself, and then some.
That part at the base looks ready to break off.
Seesaw.
I can't use this as a work order.
We got a branch and a noose. You know, I'm wondering... Wasn't there some Greek dude who cut an untieable knot? Yeah, Macedonian. Alexander the Great. He, during his conquest, the Gordian knot, he was presented with, and was told that if you can untie this knot, then we will surrender to ourselves bloodlessly. There's no need to kill and, you know, murder. And so he took his sword and he cut the knot straight down the middle and won his conquest of that area as such. And that's where we get the modern colloquial phrase, cut the knot. When you're presented with a difficult problem, find a blunt solution.
I'm never gonna be able to lasso the switch.
Alright.
I just got it off.
That's not gonna work. Let's see.
It's too far away.
Alright. Ow. So much for those ideas. Oh yeah, there was also Maniac McGee, but that isn't as wide of a deal.
Your ride's waiting for you.
Oh, that's right. I never did I just jumped off the cliff. I never, like, dealt with the dark thing. Maniac McGee was this book I read in, like, 3rd grade. It was like a young adult's novel. It's like Catcher in the Rye for kids. It's weird. But one of his many adventures involved untying a big, complicated knot. And he became like a town folk hero for doing so. Strange book. Okay. Ow. Ow.
Just looking at it is agony. I need to kill it.
Ow. Alright, so. This looks like a scale.
Well, I guess I made it.
Well, I mean, I've got this dagger. Let's stab it.
I can't reach it through the bars.
Can I combine the dagger with the branch and make like a spear?
No need to cut that.
No, okay. I'll poke it.
That's not going to work.
Oh, I can...
It's I'm coming for you.
Yeah, I can get the bar. Okay. Aha! Gotcha. Ow. This may have been a mistake. Oh, whoops. Down Zagowski.
Strangeland. A bit on the nose.
You know, you used to laugh a lot more. Guess the funny bone's one of the first things to go.
Clarence.
Oh, hello.
Now the devil is loosed. Your lover is caged. And you, like a fool, climb and descend this tower as if on Escher's stairs. You will wear yourself to nothing on this journey to nowhere unless you fly free. You need fire and spirit and golden wings and a Valkyrie to set you on the right road. Go to her! Go to her now!
Okay. Ah, jeez, everything's happening.
This is what I meant when I said you only make things worse. You're the one who opened the cage, but everyone else is going to suffer. It's not going to stop with Murmur. It's not even going to stop with her.
I didn't do it. I did it. It was me.
Valkyrie! Valkyrie!
You said death was different. But what about Murmur?
Guess it was his time to go.
Goodbye.
Stupid bird. So yeah, Murmur just gone.
It's as if Murmur's head has been hollowed out.
They scooped out his brain. I didn't do it.
There's nothing I can do for
this
it.
one, I really didn't do it.
What did it do?
Maybe Fimble has something to say.
Death.
Bread, please.
Give now. At me. Mine.
The dark thing. It destroyed Murmur.
The fool feels he'll live forever if the fight he faces not. But woes grow worse with age than all the spears that spared him.
Goodbye. I can't use this as a work order.
Let's see. We got the claw and the beak. Wing is the problem, right?
My wing.
Huh? Wing?
it's illegible.
Yeah. And the wing, we were just told we're gonna need wings. What was it? Fire, spirit, and wings. So that one we're actually gonna need to figure it out somehow.
Hey, sir.
Peek in on our little eyeball friend.
I'll need to get into the tent first.
I wonder if we can cut the hole, make it bigger. There.
The knife's not sharp enough to cut through the canvas. Maybe it's a way out.
Well, just like Amori.
Well, it was worth a try.
I'm just waiting for the day that you give me that dumb blank look again. And I get to say, I don't want to tell you a joke. A lot easier than coming up with new material.
Hello?
Leave me alone. I already told you a joke.
Not.
Stupid clown. I did, yeah. Fire. Voice of Dog and I were playing that off stream. He had already played it and wanted a second look at it, so I was playing through it. And we were, discussing as we went along. Really good game. Definitely takes some turns for the content warnings, but definitely really worth playing. Like, they do a good job at warning you at the beginning of the game.
What's it doing?
Take it seriously, even if it doesn't look like that's where it's going at first. Oh, what's this? Ooh, bugs. Okay. What's that thing where you're afraid of, like, tiny holes and things?
No!
Oh, shit.
That doesn't look good.
So why did I go all Avatar for a second there?
What did the dark thing do to the car?
Trypophobia,
yeah. The spirit lamps.
Without spirits, the Valkyrie has no reason to ride.
You must find a way to kindle them again.
Spirit lamps, okay.
What exactly am I doing with those lamps?
Giving the old girl something to carry up.
What exactly?
Giving the old...
You have to help me kill the dark thing.
Masks don't make us heroes.
That's not our job in this story.
We're really just the peep gallery.
The chorus.
Strophe.
Antistrophe.
And epode.
Chorus girls.
No, we're supposed to be guys.
Well, whatever we are, we're not mentors.
So, look for help somewhere else.
Strophe, antistrophe, and epode are straight out of Greek theater. They are the literal chorus, the expositional masses that speak to the audience directly between scenes. Typically, peasants and villagers from wherever the story happens to be taking place, but not always. And yeah, these three did allude to, other similar characters, the Weird Sisters, the Fates. So they are, and they're fitting that archetype of three three wise women who are, in this case, having to wear these masks for the reasons they've explained.
Goodbye.
So I gotta light the spirit lamps.
Let's see what the dark thing did. It's cold. It's cold.
It's like a
It's
fuse
cold.
or a spark plug. I don't know how cars work.
It's cold.
Trypophobia. Yeah, that never bothered me personally. There's a Junji Ito story called Shiver that is just that.
Looks like the dark thing damaged the
And
tracks.
did a really interesting job with it. But and there's one pretty famous image from the end of one of the characters with all of the holes in his face, and his one eye is kind of falling through. Oh, well, we can look at the telescope. Is there a rule that all adventure games need a fuse box problem? It's possible. Oh, no. Resident Evil 8 has a fuse box problem.
Just steam.
All right. So let's see. We need to get those up and running. We need fire, which I'm guessing we're going to turn this branch into a torch somehow. And wings. Oh, hello. Will you make us claws? Fuck yeah!
Behold the claws, fit for one who would grasp and clutch.
Fuck yes! I know the first place I'm taking this. Come here. Ooh, what are you? Hold that thought.
Actually, maybe just this once, I'll leave it there.
No!
It's just a box. I should definitely leave it alone.
Open the box!
Well, if I have to take it, I can still just leave it closed up.
There we go.
A fool gets a box. He knows he shouldn't open it, but he opens it anyway. All the horrors of the world come pouring out. Disease and death. Loss and loneliness. Revulsion and regret. Fool falls to the ground, trembling with fear. Says to himself, at least there's hope at the bottom. Then a phone rings, and the voice on the other end says, what bottom?
I did a bad.
Hello? Hello?
I keep fucking it up.
Bottom.
No. I'm not doing anybody any good. I should stop touching things. I'm gonna go pull this lever now.
It's too far away to snag.
Damn it.
Not a bad grapple, if I do say so myself.
There we go. I'm gonna go pull this lever now.
Here goes nothing. Ha!
Oh, you. No, I can't close it back up.
I prefer my gates unelectrified.
All right, well, let's go this way.
Come in, come in! Read the plaques. play with the freaks, and plumb the mysteries of the deep.
I can't imagine things getting much more mysterious than they already are. But let's go see what they've got.
I remember something about the Sea Star kept spitting acid on people.
That's a lot of buttons.
Ah. One of these, eh? Alright.
What have they done to me?
Hello.
Who are you? What are you?
I don't know. I don't know. This isn't me. I don't feel right. I can't think right. There are things in my head that aren't memories. And when I try to remember, it's like my mind is full of steel wool.
Oh,
Believe
that's
me,
a terrible image.
I know how you feel.
No.
Hey, Shrike.
You
Yeah,
have
no, it's
no
just Ducky.
idea.
You said they did something to you. Who are they?
I don't know. I can't remember. There was metal and lights, and there were men speaking. Their voices are cold and distant. I don't understand the words. And then they're hurting me. And I hear them say, "This will help." People like that sign their handiwork.
Oh.
If you want their names, I'm sure you can find them.
Carved into her flesh is the implication there, yeah? Oh.
Do you know anything about the Dark Thing?
They took my sight. For me, everything is dark.
That was an insensitive question. I'm sorry.
There was a golden-haired woman.
I was a woman once.
But I'm trying to help another woman.
They said they were helping me, but now I'm gone. Maybe she's gone too.
You said that there's something in your mind that isn't memories. What did you mean?
I don't know. I don't understand. It's like someone carved his thoughts into my mind.
Carved what thoughts?
I know about metal. I know how to make it bend to my will. How to fill it with my own pain. Until it has the power to hurt. To cut. To kill.
Yeah, that sounds like 8-3.
I need a weapon to kill the Dark Thing.
Of course you do. What did you have in mind?
Can't you just make me a weapon?
Bring me
Belgium.
what it is you want.
Can't you just
bring?
Okay.
Goodbye. Poor creature. Stream made. Donated by Rhoda, Atri, and Alberic. Stream donate. Marthasterius glacialis insolitus. Talk about a mouthful. Known for its irritability and powerful gastric acid.
Apparently, yeah, that's how starfish eat. I learned that from that super edgy SpongeBob comic that went around the internet a couple of years ago.
There's something disturbing about a starfish that big. Just looking at it makes my head hurt. My head. It's like something's in here.
Oh boy. Psychic starfish?
Ends in an eye that separates light from
Okay. In the beginning, there was nothing.
God, create beginning. I am and act, yet need no brain. Destroy, feed, power. I slip my gut between the valves and feed till my foe is hollowed out.
Yum.
Weakness, revulsion, embarrassment. Beneath the summer sun we throng and fling our spawn to speckle the sea with white.
Oh, I'm answering riddles. Okay.
Respect, learning, neglect.
Okay, let's try that again.
I am and act, yet need no brain.
Okay. Fire. Fire exists and it does things, but it's not. It's not a sapient creature.
Destroy, feed, power. When the great sickness strikes, I will waste away into white punk.
Oh boy. Yet none of these really seem to fit.
Vanish, transmute, escape. Each limb ends in an eye that separates light from dark.
Genesis, blind, primitive. Last time I said Genesis, each limb ends in an eye that separates light from dark. I mean, light from dark. In the beginning there was nothing, and then God said, let there be light. And it's best I got.
God, create, beginning. From a single part, my whole regrows.
Starfish. Oh. Mold? Yeah, mold kind of does that similar thing.
Unclean!
Nope.
Destroy! Ugly!
I made it mad. Let's look at this bird.
I touch it, it's ruined.
God damn it, me!
Looks like a bird that's trying to fly, but is covered in oil. A dead bird, that is. Not exactly a mystery of the deep.
I mean...
Black
like...
swan. It doesn't look much like a swan to me.
Yeah, something mentioned black swan. There was a memo about these things somewhere.
Black...
I don't remember where at the moment. But like, if it's covered in oil and it's a dead bird, I mean, that feels like it's inviting me to set it on fire and, you know, Phoenix come back to life situation. So, all right, let's see if we can't figure these out. Fire, yep.
Destroy! Feed! Power! I slip my...
Oh, shit. Roast chicken. I thought I could get it to repeat the phrase.
I am and act, yet...
Okay.
Destroy! Feed! power. Each limb ends in
Okay.
God. Create.
Okay, we've solved those already. Those are known.
I slip my gut between the valves and feed till my foe is hollowed out.
That has a nice meter to it. Let's go with kiss, because I think last time I got this one I did vomit and it was not
Blood.
right.
Loss. Shame. The sea itself serves for my blood.
I slipped my gut between the valves. It's just an interesting way of describing putting a tongue between someone's lips. Okay, so the sponges have holes in them all over the place. Water flows through the holes like blood through veins.
Soft.
Or not.
Common. Weak.
What am I missing here? Okay, let's see what the... see what the operator has to say. 'Cause I feel like I'm missing something.
Did you notice that oily bird?
Yes.
I want you to take its head.
Head? Alright, not what I was thinking, but...
In for a penny?
Oh, okay.
It's going to be hard enough already to get my hands clean. It's sodden with sticky oil. It's barbaric, but hey, it works.
All right.
An oily lump at the end of a branch.
Now all we need is something to light it. And we got ourselves a torch. I doubt,
An
but...
ugly steel dagger. It's not sharp enough to...
This must be some fucking canvas, man.
How did I come to the point of thinking I should grapple an eyeball?
Have you looked around where we are? Alright, let's see. Shooting gallery is pretty figured out. And there's the eyeball thing in there. We gotta figure out how to get the wings from Thimble.
Do you know how to kindle a spirit lamp?
I suppose you'd need spirits and a fire, huh?
Could you be a little more specific about how to kindle it?
I once read, a brand from a brand is kindled and burned, and fire from fire begotten. For fire, you should seek 8-3.
Oh yeah, he's
For
a goddamn...
spirits, this place.
That's
is
right.
full of
He's just a face full of
What
fire.
do you mean? This place is full of spirits.
You know what I meant. There's
Whose?
a shadow the dead leave behind. Words that echo in your ears. Phantoms that linger behind your eyes. And a weight of pain heaped up on your back. Even your voice has that stoop to it, stranger. A man can carry the dead, but their place is on the pyre. Do you understand? Once you have a flame, it will draw spirits from the dead as though they were moths.
Goodbye.
Okay, alright. Okay, I think I see where we're going at, because there are these,
Fire!
Thank you. Well, here, let's go light the torch. I'm just gonna shove this in your face, don't mind me.
The burning brand you now bear is bright enough to beat back the dark, and hot enough to warm the dead. Go and make use of it.
Crowdy. Oh, fuck. I guess we're not getting those wings anytime soon.
Hello? 8-3? He's dead. His fire has gone out. Bright enough to beat back the dark. Hot enough to warm the dead.
I wonder, can we maybe...
Warm the dead, huh? Let's give it a try.
My embers are rekindled by my own fire. And I live again. At least while it lasts.
Are you actually dead? What was it like?
Cold and dark, an empty void with no air to breathe or burn, and endless time to feel the lack of life. That is what waits for us both.
Charming. Yeah, see that right there, what he just said? That's why I lose sleep at night, thinking about what happens when I die. Like, the worst possible answer for me is, you're in a box for eternity now. Deal with it. So, cremate my ass.
Since I brought you back to life, will you make me something?
Or feed me to the fucking wolves.
As I did before, I will do again. Spending my meager heat and bringing my final end. But you still must bring me a work order.
I need you to make this dagger sharper.
Fool! You begged for beak, and that is what I gave you. A blade whose bite is fit for what you asked. Now you want more?
Yes.
What you crave is a softer world, or a crueler edge. For that, you must find other tools and other folk. You will get no better from 8-3.
Sure. I would like that. T-Sot, that would be ideal. Just like sleep, or reincarnation also. I'd be cool with that. But like, just the idea of being conscious and aware forever. There's a Stephen King short story called The Launch about like a science fiction future with a faster than light travel that kind of taps into that sort of anxiety. You could also do that.
Did you help make the stream made in the mysteries of the deep?
I work in metal and shape with flame. The living have no place upon my anvil.
They go squish.
Whoever this maiden is, she was forged by others' deeds.
Honestly, that's why I haven't watched Soul yet. The Pixar movie, I really want to. It looks pretty good, but like that kind of anxiety is always in the back of my mind. And the first time I saw a trailer for Soul, I went, that's gonna freak me out.
I need you to make me weapons.
Did I not give you the beak? A blade that cuts deep? Did I not make that word to order, as I swore? Trouble me no more with begging, and wield what you were given.
The dark thing killed you, and I brought you back to life.
Yeah, you owe me.
Help me destroy it, for your sake and mine.
My hate burns hot for that impurity. But my fire has grown tired, and I have given you already the gift of a burning brand.
That's a good, all right. Here lies Raqus, surrounded by the steel of his enemies.
Seriously, you won't just make me something.
I will make you anything in accord with the written word.
God, anyone who's ever worked on commission has probably had to deal with a guy like this. Just draw me a thing. Just write me a something.
Goodbye.
You have said so before.
Alright, I need specs. I need to know what you want, damn it. Alright, let's see what happens if we shove this fire into Murmur's face hole.
Ah, the querent. Still burning with questions.
This got weird.
The fire is fitting, and from it, we will draw truth. I see the end, querent. I see the living die, and the dead speak. In the gray, grim home of ghosts, I see the one with wings rising up, ready to face his foe at last. Fool, hermit, hanged man, death, devil, emperor, priestess, lover, empress. You know what waits. You know the stakes. But I know no more. Now it falls to you to give the final answer.
That was unnerving.
Okay. So I've got a spirit.
He's dead.
Presumably I can take that back to over here. How are y'all?
How can I kin?
With fire and spirits, of course.
Yeah, okay.
Goodbye.
Nothing new here.
Nothing happened.
Fire alone isn't enough.
You need a spirit.
Yeah. Why do you think they call it a spirit lamp, dummy?
4 more people need to die. Hey, City Beatnik. Oh yeah, this game has got some fucking visuals. It is really well done. Well, who else has got to die so I can take their soul and shove it into the go-kart engine?
Spirits.
Yep.
Burning one bird was probably enough.
I wonder. Because the rest of the bird's corpse is over here. Can we... Oh yeah, look at that. Alright. Cool. Waste nothing.
It's going to be hard enough already to get my hands clean. Black Swan.
I wonder, will the Stream Maid make my dagger sharper?
My dagger. Can you make it sharper? Stronger?
Oh, yes.
Yes, okay.
As sharp as tragedy, as strong as despair. But when a woman from the water gives you a blade, she always begs a boon. Are you ready to pay the price?
That is an allusion to King Arthur.
Yes?
My name. I want my name. Then my pain will hone you an edge that will cut right to the heart.
Your name.
Stream Maid. Donated by Rhoda, Atri, and Alberic.
It is no basis for a system of government, that is true.
Poor creature.
Your name. We have the names of the men who put you in here.
I don't have anything to say to her.
I have questions, but alright. And I'm still figuring out what we're supposed to do with you, Starfish, but we'll come back. Starfish, did you see anything? Huh. Well, there goes me. I'll be right back. I mean, that looked like it sucked a little more than the others.
Still going, huh? I'll give you a hint. Don't trust the crow.
Hey, now that I know I can use bird souls.
The clown told me not to trust the crow.
Don't worry about it. He steals all of his material. And anyway, I'm not a crow.
Goodbye.
You sure I can't kill the bird and take
it would
its
just
soul?
fly away.
Damn it. Okay, so I think maybe the more erratic this EKG looking thing gets, the closer we are to the dark thing popping up. Is my suspicion. I haven't really been taking an eye on it. Or haven't been, keeping an eye on it, rather.
A raven.
Hospital.
I have nothing to say to him. He seems to be writing down whatever the raven squawks.
Can I give you back your eyes that are dead? I guess, maybe?
What would a blind old fool do with such a thing?
Kisses.
I will be the Dirty Harry of birds.
It's a rat skin.
I'm still not sure what I'm supposed to do with that.
That's a revolting idea.
Rebuild the rat.
It's empty.
Yeah, also, we kept the bottle after we used the Nepenthe earlier, too, so that's something.
Mitts.
What is your
It seems
name?
to be ignoring me. Tempting, but no.
Damn it. Anywhere else we can peg the bird?
Specialist. My claws!
Yeah, no.
Did you say claws?
We do need the wing.
My wing.
Huh? Wing?
Which, if we could let this guy see again, he'd be able to write down. Which, honestly, I'm thinking is what maybe we need this eyeball for. Like, we get that eye, we can give it to him, he'll be able to see. In order to do that, we need to sharpen our knife. In order to do that, we need to find the mermaid's name. Okay, there's a chain of events. But I need a push.
Gather more spirits. You haven't harvested the skulls in the shooting gallery.
Oh, okay. I guess I didn't. Okay. I mean, you're right. I didn't do that.
The game seems to have turned off. The game seems to have turned off. The game seems... It's empty now.
maybe just do it like this. Okay, well, if that's the case, then what else around here is dead? I guess it's not necessarily characters that need to die. The bird was more the rule than the exception.
What an idiot grin.
Let's see. How many will that put into the old how do you do? Oh, alright. That appears to be it. So 1 from Murmur, 1 from the bird, and 3 from the shooting gallery. Hey, we're back in business.
It worked.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Ow. They were my favorite.
Time to walk, I guess. That fall is not gonna be fun. It's like the eye of a storm.
I guess this is what we need the wings for.
Well, here goes.
All right. But we have an idea, like we have a plan, right?
What have I got to do to get rid of you?
It's an ad. Win a bottle. Already done. It says not all attractions are suitable to all ages. Visitors are encouraged to exercise judgment. Pretty vague as warnings go.
Where did I find that?
Golden wings.
I have nothing to say to it.
There was a memo earlier, or something, that was like from a carnival employee talking about the swan, the mermaid, and the starfish. Where the hell did I find that? Because I would love to go back and reread it.
I've got no...
Oh, no, I remember where it is. I remember now. It's in the little booth just behind where the dog was.
Too many winners. Turn up the skull speed. Shut down MOTD. Starfish keeps spitting acid on guests. Find something for Ozzy to chew on.
Oh, it was just about the starfish. Well, let's see what happened to our friends. Damn it.
They're far too heavy for me. There really is nothing inside them now. There really is. They're far too...
Okay.
I guess there's nothing left of them.
Oh. Dang. Oh no. Well, got too close. Okay, we need the mermaid's name.
You think this is funny? You think this is fun? You are not the hero. You're not even the joke. You're the monster.
Thank you, clown.
I have nothing.
I wonder, does 8-3 know the mermaid's name? Nope.
Goodbye.
You have.
Does the operator know the mermaid's name?
Have you considered going down?
The starfish and the mermaid, yeah. Although, he just implied that I should throw myself down the well again. Huh. Okay, not sure what that did.
I've got nothing.
Oh, I apparently got all the jokes. Alright, let's take another crack at that starfish then.
Beneath the summer sun we throng, and fling our spawn to speckle the sea with white.
Not snow, because summer, so ash?
Aftermath, barren, extinct.
Okay, I guess it's parent.
When the great sickness strike,
Fitting?
skunk, unclean. There are few who move with my symmetry.
Huh.
A ring with neither right nor left.
Interesting. Okay, maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Oh, the tiger, William Blake. Yeah, the glass is breaking when it's pissed off, so maybe I'm trying to get the answers wrong. Okay.
Fearful dread.
Yeah, no.
Predator. I am and act.
Yeah, okay, so idiot.
Not stupid. Weak. The sea.
You know Sponge is wrong. We tried that already.
Common. Weak. Each limb.
I mean, we know Genesis is the right answer, so...
Inferior. Simple. Contempt. I slip my gut. Weakness.
Yeah, look at that.
Embarrassment.
Hey, it's... something's happening. Okay.
There are few who move with my symmetry.
Tiger, tiger, burning bright. in the forests in the night. Oh, what fearful hand or eye could craft thy... Or, oh, what noble hand or eye could craft thy fearful symmetry. So tiger has symmetry. That's not it. It's like insults. Yeah, right? Pentagram... All of these things are symmetrical, though.
Wait.
There we go. All right.
Prison symbol.
Fuck yeah! We melted! Alright.
That was unpleasant. Hello?
I've got nothing more to say to you.
We died too many times. The clown won't talk to... Shut up. Okay, well...
Nothing.
Don't step in the acid. Stop, starfish.
Hate! Hate!
Thanks, Am. That's 2 days in a row I get to bring up I have no mouth and I must scream.
Never know when some acid will come in handy.
Alright. What needs melting? I doubt we could use that on the tent. I still haven't played the game. I've tried to play the game a couple of times and I got myself backed into unwinnable corners very easily.
It seems like the tarp is coated with something to keep water and acid.
Ellison did voice Am in the game. Yeah, I did know that much. But yeah, I've tried all the paths at least once, and in every single one of them, I got myself either backed into an unwinnable corner, or, excuse me, finished it off in what was clearly, like, the bad ending version, and didn't get to see, like, most of the content of that particular chapter. It's a very difficult game. Pour some acid down the well.
This is a bad enough trip already. Poisoning the well would be an informal fallacy.
Melt the bird?
I don't want to damage it.
Why not? Okay, let's see.
Golden wings.
Excuse me. Let's see. Over here, we got the mermaid who needs her name. Up here, up to the right, we need Fimble to write us a work order for the wings. And we also need to get metal to make the wings out of, now that I think about it. I'm wondering if maybe this acid is how we get the metal.
I don't want to damage it. I don't want to
Is there something...
I don't want to
we can use this to melt down.
Better to leave them as a memorial. There really is.
All right. Operator.
It's not a...
knows the mermaid's name is hiding below you.
Okay, that's the second time he's referenced going down, so...
There's something moving down there, and a hint of golden light.
Oh, you know what? We've got a grappling hook. Is that maybe a more reasonable way to...
The grapple's hooked onto something down there.
Yeah, alright, cool. Oh, you jerk. Not what I meant to do. Okay, now we have a reasonable way to go down the well. Ooh, a grub. Hello, grub.
It's like something's trying to get out. It's like something's trying to get out.
Yep, I'm definitely gonna regret what I'm about to do next.
The knife isn't strong enough to break through the shell.
Man, this knife fucking sucks. Shitty knife.
It's not a plasma torch.
Get it? That's actually really cute. I do the obnoxious thing, but that's actually pretty fucking cute.
They must be growing down from the U. I don't want to kill the tree.
I just played Primordia, and if you haven't played it, your character has a plasma torch, and you can use it for, like, most problems in the game. It's pretty great.
It's like something's trying to get out.
Okay, the one who knows... Oh, maybe I can melt it out.
The shell seems weaker, and there's something pearlescent peeking through.
Alright, alright. Now maybe I can cut it out. Yeah! That's the gross...
Well, it's out. Shall we?
Great. So good. Big flying cicada mount. Okay.
There's something golden in there. It reminds me of her.
Me either.
The roots are too tight for me to reach in.
Yeah, did not expect this. Okay. Well, we were talking about cutting the knot earlier, but I'm guessing this dagger is too shitty to do that.
It's not sharp enough.
Yup.
I don't want to damage it.
Yeah.
Too risky.
Yeah, okay. But once we get a better knife...
It's falling off the end of the world. Someone's sobbing inside there. I can't see anything.
Okay.
Someone's...
Okay. This might be the person who knows the mermaid's name. Hey, buddy. Hey, friend. Oh.
Why must you shine a light on Rota? In the darkness, I can't see or be seen. That is always better.
Yep, Rhoda was a name on that plaque.
There was a golden-haired woman who threw herself down this... well?
Oh, yes. I've watched her body break upon the roots many times. Shame on the man who cannot keep such a lovely thing.
Who are you?
Outside Rota, locked inside a cage. Husk Rota, hollow Rota, keen and clever Rota. For edges and craft are all they left of me.
All who left of you? Who put you here?
When they killed my boy inside Rota, They hollowed him out and locked me in for a boy's life and a man's freedom. I took their blood, silver, and worldly wisdom and built this cage myself with what they gave me. You, of all people, should know that we plan our prisons with our own minds and shape our shackles with our own hands.
Who is inside Rhoda? The one they killed?
No one is inside Rota now. The boy is gone. He's been hollowed out and stuffed with money.
Oh, the rat.
Do you know anything about the Dark Thing? Where it came from, how it can defeat it, anything?
I offer only this advice. Sit sobbing in the shadows, alone and empty, or else never look back and never look in. In those two ways, a haunted, hunted man can hide from such horror.
I don't want to hide.
Metaphor
I
for
want
the loss of innocence
to
to the
destroy
capitalism.
it.
Maybe they're going for a lot more like cultural and literary allusions, and someone brought up silver earlier. I don't remember exact. I think it was Fimble. That made me go down this path in my head thinking about Judas Iscariot. And this seems to be like bringing up those same kinds of themes of, you know, betrayal for money and then self-imposed punishment.
What is this place?
By specifically calling it silver, they invite that comparison.
Do you think there's an atlas for such places? I'll tell you this.
Yeah, it's fucking down.
A carnival is where flesh rises. The grave is where flesh sinks. And here we hang in between.
Who are they?
They are we. Since I've grown and shrunken into one of them, we are machine men who take and make what we will. My cousin Atri has gone the farthest. A mite of a man in a metal box. You know him. You've known us all. And you'll hate us helplessly.
Did you mean 8-3?
He thinks his reckoning will be easier.
Okay.
If you're Rhoda and 8-3 is Atri, then who's Alberic?
Oh, indeed.
It is me! I am Alberic!
Are you suggesting that I'm Alberic?
Oh,
Stranger, a man who asks another, who am I, will never gain himself an answer. He will only lose. For I can carve from you an Alberic, but never an Adam. You cease to be in God's image the day you cannot say, I am who I am.
Is that a yes?
No, you fool. It's a warning.
Rhoda, did you have something to do with that mermaid? Stream maid in the mysteries of the deep? I saw your name on the plaque beneath her.
Indeed. We machine men found a nymph and made of her an imago. With all our skill, we cut and cooked and cured, leaving little of her beyond our handicraft. And when men shrink from the sight of such devastation, their dumbstruck dread pays us homage.
What's the name?
What is the mermaid's name?
We took that and kept it for ourselves.
Of course.
It has a value. It has a price.
I will trade you your rat
skin. We give nothing
skin
away for free, least of all what we have stolen.
I was saying, enjoy. Oh, thank you, T-Sod. Yeah, no, this kind of like analysis and examination is fun for me.
How can you be proud of creating something so miserable?
We both know the thrills of self-loathing are no less than those of self-love. And is it not agreed that misery loves company?
Tell me her name.
When I am paid.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Yes, it will be good when you are gone.
All right. Here's your rat baby.
Inside Rota, stuffed with money, huh? I wonder.
Oh no, we made him sad, even though he was kind of a dick.
Little left of my boy. A loss for a loss will square our accounts. And so, I name her Nineveh. Yes, Nineveh. What's happening?
No! Sorry, pal. Nineveh, I know that name.
Did I not warn you? Tell you to keep to the shadows, not to look backward or inward, and thus to hide from the dark thing. But you took my shadows, made me look back to my past, and made me see inside Rota again. You killed me, and now I weep no more.
I didn't kill you, the dark thing killed you. Yeah, Darkseid 30 years later. So Nineveh was an ancient Assyrian city of Upper Mesopotamia located in the outskirts of Mosul in the modern-day northern Iraq. I used to live in Olympia, and there is an Assyrian restaurant called Nineveh down there. Is what and I guess it makes sense because it was the name of the city. And yeah, Dark's the description I've heard being floated around, about this game since people have gotten their hands on it has been Darkseid meets Silent Hill 2 meets Sanitarium, and so far, yes, that is a pretty accurate.
Let's get out of here.
Pretty accurate summary. Maybe I should play Sanitarium on this channel. I have it, and I've never beaten it. But if I did, if you're not familiar with Sanitarium, there's a lot of similar vibes and aesthetics. Also about like descending into a psychological liminal space of madness and death. Aha, you can avoid the dark thing. You ought to play this while sitting in the Giger bar. The Giger bar? Wait, is that a thing? Is there an HR Giger bar somewhere? Because if there is, that's my next vacation, if I ever get a vacation. I know there's a Lovecraft bar down in Portland. I've never been, but like, I kind of want to go.
Nineveh. Your name is Nineveh.
Yes.
Mescal Ethiopian. No, where's that? And HR Giger's hometown. Isn't that in, like, Switzerland?
No. Show me the blade, while the pain of my name is still sharp.
As sharp as tragedy, huh? Let's see what it can cut. Thank you.
Yeah, he was part of Jodorowsky's crew when that was all getting put together. There was a documentary about that a few years ago. I think it's just called Jodorowsky's Dune. It's fucking wild. Okay, now we can cut all of this to cut through canvas, right? That seems silly, but here we are. It's very special canvas, and now we have a magic knife. Yeah, I will look up that and the Giger bar afterwards, because they both, so like, I'm always looking for,
It's big enough to squeeze through now.
Good places to eat. Oh! Okay, hello. Speaking of not things to eat, what the fuck? I want to do none of those things. Whoosh.
Who would want to shine a light on that? What is this?
I couldn't see the limbs from the outside. The limbs make everything worse.
I can't get it to open.
Void, like the 2016 movie, or something else. There's a really good horror movie called The Void. If you're into Letterkenny, it had the guy who played Rogue in it. Give me the eye.
I don't want to damage the eye.
Damn it. A game. Oh, never played the game. I didn't know, I'm not familiar with that game. Let me see. Same people as Pathologic. Oh, okay. I watched H-Bomb's video about Pathologic. I've heard Pathologic 2 is easier for,
I don't want to damage the eye.
Easier to get your head around, so I might pick that up at some point. Okay, how?
They don't look very comfortable.
No, they don't.
Who would want to shine a light on that?
Yeah, if it's anything like Pathologic, I can see unplayably dense being a way to describe it. Yes. Yes, teratoma is genetic mutation. When your body creates like weird like hair and teeth in places they're not supposed to be, they kind of turn into these little lumps of tissue that can be mistaken for what do they call them when you absorb a twin in the womb, whatever. I'm sure there's a technical name for that. It's also a boss in Binding of Isaac, because everything gross and medical is a boss in Binding of Isaac. Alright, how do I can poke its lips and teeth holes. Also, just like, if we haven't had, enough psychosexual imagery, like, here we are.
It seemed to like that.
Huh. Okay. I gotta poke its holes in just the right way. Oh, I pissed it off. Let's just leave it be for a second and see what happens. Nope. Okay, so the eye in the middle flares, and then one of the other holes flares.
I can't get it to open.
see. Oh. Nope. Yeah, so it's not poke it while they're flaring. I was thinking Simon too, but it's not giving me a chance to, like, it keeps going on its own. It doesn't give me a chance to input my half or to do the repeat. Oh, you know what? I wonder. This one, and this one have all flared up this time around. These two have not. Oh, wait a minute. Huh. Seeing if clicking and dragging does something. Doesn't know. Alright, let's see. Upper left. Lower left. Upper left. Upper right. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. Yeah, see, it just keeps going. That's why the payphone's here.
Can't you see the Teratoma wants to play a game? Touch its mouths, follow the pattern, and win yourself an eye.
Follow the pattern?
Come see the lovely Teratoma. Watch her sway her shapely legs. Stare in her shining eye.
Okay, 1. 2. I'm sorry, payphone bud. You got another one for me?
Now that you have a knife sharp enough to cut through that knot of roots. What are you waiting for?
Oh, okay. I mean, I suppose there's that.
Golden wings.
Take care of that real quick.
I've got nothing against that bridge.
Oh, wait, not those roots. The ones down here.
It feels like real hair, but it's made of gold.
Okay. Yeah, they keep talking about golden wings, so this is presumably the material we're supposed to put on the anvil. Yeah, she's in a hospital gown. I just noticed that. Oh, hello.
Did you really think you could cut through this knot that easily? All you're doing is raveling and unraveling the same sorry thread that's guided you through the maze of a miserable life. How many times do you need to be told? This ends at the top of the park.
I'm getting there. I'm pretty sure I'm one puzzle away from the end of the game, so... Alright. You got anything else about the teratoma? Because I'm stumped.
If a little simple Simon is too much for you, then be a pie man and feed its mouths some meat.
Okay, yeah, it is Simon. I just don't know how to interact with it.
Come see the lovely teratoma. Watch her sway her shapely legs. Stare into her shining eye.
Gulp that meat right down.
Okay, so this feels like an alternate solution.
Bread.
Do I gotta feed every mouth?
Come see the lovely teratoma.
Yep, okay, so this is your punishment for not figuring out the puzzle. Is you gotta... Oh, okay, or the game will take it over for you. I like that there's an alternate solution, because, like, yeah, Shrike, you were right. It was Simon.
One more should do it.
I figured, you know, we were on the right track there. I just didn't know how to interact with it to make that happen.
Look at that. Lend me your eye.
Either way, we got the eye, and we can get away from that thing now. So we give you an eye.
You might want this.
Do I? We shall see, eh?
Literally.
It's good to see through another's eye, though the world is still as it was. Thank you for that gift.
Now we hit the bird with a rock.
My wing.
Huh? I see you.
And sorry. Literally no one is better off for knowing me. Thanks, bird. You shit, bird.
What did he see in the end? His last testament.
No, no, no. Don't you see? At last, I was truly in the dark. A world without words, or memories, or visions. With nothing but the sound of doves' wings. Please, won't you let me go back?
Okay, we've got this recurring theme of ignorance. The Nepenthe, him being in the dark, lying to him about the doves. Rhoda down, crying at the bottom of the world.
The woman, the head, the rat, the freak, the scribe. Death follows you like a shadow, doesn't it?
Oh, you know what? We never got the mermaid.
Leave me.
Okay, time to go make some golden wings. See what happens up top.
I hope I'm doing the right thing.
For the last time, I bid you stand aside. Behold the wings, fit for one who would soar and glide. My last, best work.
Let's go ahead and save, since I don't think we've done that, like, much. Hours, yeah. Okay. Well, here we go.
Here we go again.
Oh my god! Never fucking mind.
What the hell?
Icarus struck down by a giant crab.
I can't reach it. It's pulling me in. Whatever it is, it's out of reach. can't get my arms free enough for a good swing.
Okay.
I can't.
Let's see. Does this do anything?
The most I can do is just pour it out.
Do it. Melt the fucker. There we go.
I can't reach it.
Alright. Well, we've got... Oh, you know what?
It's out of reach. I can't reach it.
I'm willing to bet I should have had the grappling hook with me.
It's out of reach.
Well, consider the crab. I hope that's good. I imagine they're Deadland. That's new. Where's my head?
What? What the hell is going on?
Don't tell me you're expecting a joke.
I hate that.
Fine.
Everything about that's
Don't
bad.
worry, it's all in your... Sometimes you fall behind. Sometimes you get a... Wow, you're really in over your... You know, the thing is, it's never clear till the end whether something's a comedy or a tragedy. If the Reverend Doctor only brings the good word, Juliet wakes up in Romeo's arms. And if he doesn't, never was a story of more woe.
Heh. Well, alright then.
Hey, over
Oh.
here. Thank God.
It's me.
You've got to get me out of here. We need to get back to her. We were so close. And then the dark thing did whatever it did. And ever since, I've just been stuck.
Maybe this wasn't an unending branch.
Seriously, just smash the glass and help.
I got nothing.
I don't know how this happened. It feels like I've been in here a long time, but I can't remember how I got here. Was it you who put me here? No, I can't believe that. Listen, we need to reconnect. This situation, this separation, it isn't good for either of us. Mens sana and corpore sano and all that.
I don't know Latin.
Are you all right? Just take care of yourself. Ourself. Myself. Don't look at me. I'm stuck in a box. You need to walk around, see where we are, figure out how to get back to where we should be. It's time for you to get to work.
Oh God, look at the raven in the upper left.
Its head is too small to be of any use to me.
Okay, inventory is all gone.
It's like a cross between a croquet mallet, a shillelagh, and a nightmare. It's a limb of something.
All right, well maybe we can use that to smash the glass.
I can't even shout into the void.
Huh. Yeah.
That's not a real head.
Can I smash the glass? There we go.
Hey, careful. Much better.
Yep, having a normal one.
you?
A man dreaming he's a bird? Or am I a bird dreaming he's a man? Either way, I'm just a fragment of your imagination.
Don't you mean a figment of my imagination?
Partly.
What happened to this place?
Life has killed the dream you dreamed. But don't worry, everything else here is dead too. That's why they call it Deadland.
I was flying to a woman and then a crab grabbed me. And somehow, when it was all over, I wound up here. How can I get back to her?
I heard a joke once. I think the punchline is, carry on.
Can't you help me get back to her?
I can't even help you get back to you.
Deadland? Am I?
A headless man walks in a world of ghosts and he wonders, am I a dead man dreaming he's alive? Or a live man dreaming he's dead?
Goodbye.
Fare far, if that's your fate.
Did you miss me? Sadly, we're stuck together, like a canker in a rose. Et in purgatorio ego. Trust me, my lot's much worse than yours. To be stuck at your stumbling pace, sharing in your shame, unable to abide or abort, to forgive or forget. Familiarity, my fool, doth breed contempt.
Talking about my pace. I've been going at a pretty decent clip, I thought.
Is anyone there? 8-3?
Atri, that is my name. Why have you called me?
Oh, hello.
You said your name was Atri, but in another place. I think I knew you as 8-3.
Atri died, so that 8-3 might live. So, there he was, and here I am.
So you two are the same person?
How many lives, how many selves have you scattered across this place and the other one? You should know by now that every man contains a multitude, and life is a process of elimination.
So Atri was eliminated?
In time, a man's name becomes the sum of his shames. It turns poisonous. It shrinks him and sickens him until he thinks the whole world is made of poison. And then he thinks, better to come of age again, to be a number, the sum of primes, highly cototient. Yes, there's safety in numbers. And so poisonous Atri is left behind, and industrious 8-3 soldiers on.
You were one of the ones who did whatever it was you did to Nineveh, aren't you?
And you're one of the ones who blames the doctor for the sickness he couldn't stop. So here in your head, you've painted me a poisoner, and a freak, and a dwarf, and a number. So, which of us makes monsters?
What the hell do you mean, I make monsters?
I am but a walking shadow. This is your game to play.
That's,
you
from Hamlet.
picked the pieces, laid the board, and made the rules.
Life is but a walking shadow, a poor player who... yada yada yada. It's a line from Hamlet.
What did you mean when you said, here in my head?
You walked through your mouth to get here. Where else did you think we were?
I thought we were in Deadland.
Where could the land of the dead be, other than our memories?
In another place, you, or 8-3, made things for me. Can you do that for me here?
With what? I have nothing but my own burning shame. And even here, no work is done without an order.
Can you make me something?
With what? I have nothing but my own burning shame.
Goodbye.
A funny phrase, you know. Once, it meant God be with you. Does that really seem a fitting farewell in this pit?
As far as Shakespeare goes, I can recommend David Tennant's Hamlet. Is a pretty good production, with Patrick Stewart as Claudius. Patrick Stewart also does a really good version of Macbeth. That's all done in like World War II aesthetics, or World War I rather. Gerard Butler's Coriolanus is pretty good. Anthony Hopkins' Titus, that Julie Taymor directed. Julie Taymor also did a really good version of The Tempest with just a fucking stellar cast. Helen Mirren as Prospero. Or Prospera,
Farewell, then.
in this case.
Here, I expect to fare poorly.
And then, any number of Midsummer Night's Dreams, pick one. They're all usually pretty solid. It's a hard play to fuck up. Oh boy.
There's some kind of building where the crab was, and a bunch of mirrors.
We have a new dog friend. I don't want to pet this dog.
Looks like he wants to eat me.
Can I just... I was gonna club him. No, we will have none of that mirror maze here, thank you.
He's too fast. They were helpful last time. Deadland.
Well, I'm glad we're seeing eye to eye.
Aren't you cute? Well, let's see. There's...
Here goes nothing.
What's down the pit? Ooh. Stargate, SG-1.
Just missed it.
Oh, am I supposed to grab something? Oh, hey, look at that. I can control how I'm falling.
When am I going to hit the bottom? What bottom?
Oh, jeepers.
What the hell? You?
Yes, me. Now listen. In the world of entomology, an imago is an insect in its final mature state, typically winged.
Cicada friend, you are the new star of the show.
In the world of psychotherapy, however, an imago is an idealized mental image of another person, wielding great power over the psyche. Power to unify the fragmented body, Lacan writes. In Latin, of course, the word means image, or echo, or phantom.
What are you talking about?
Whichever it was that you sought in the pit, the last stage of growth, the idealized person of another, or a ghost in the dark, I advise you to look up, not down in your search. You can fall to your end, but not to a proper ending.
Wait. What does it all mean?
Brother, we cicadas crawl through the dark earth for 6
1,000 days, just to fly for a few brief weeks of light and love. You ask me what it means. I tell you, do not waste your wings, and do not spurn the mana you are given.
I can't just pick it up with my hands.
Says who?
It's too far off.
Let's see what's over here.
Is someone there? Or is it just the wind? If. Hello? It seems to be ignoring me.
I'll fucking show it what for. I'll throw rocks at myself all day.
Good for the goose, good for the whatever that is. My tooth! Tooth?
Well. More melting. Oh, I guess we can throw a rock at this one.
How thoughtless. I have nothing to say to it.
No, if this were a King's Quest, we'd have never gotten this far. What are you? What?
You're...
You can't fool me into writing vulgarity.
Yes, I can. Fuck. Knob. Bastard.
My finger! Finger, eh?
Oh, no. It's got a G in it. Yep.
It's illegible.
Alright, well, I got tooth.
Let the G be miswritten. Alas, Allele, Alleluia.
And if we're talking about, earlier we were talking about how this is, was Odin and the Tree of Wisdom. This is very reminiscent of Loki's fate after killing Prince what's-his-fuck with the mistletoe. Balder. He was cursed to be chained to a rock under the Midgard serpent, whom bled poison, and they cut a gash in the snake's belly to drip the poison blood into Loki's eyes for all eternity. Yeah, and his daughter would stand over him with a bowl to collect it, but every now and then she'd have to dump the bowl, and then the poison would drip into his eyes, and that would suck.
You look just like me. Two men can look the same, and yet see very differently. Do you have any meat? Or bread? No. The fool folds his hands together and eats his own flesh.
Yum.
Are you sure you don't have any meat? I have none. As I said, the fool eats his own flesh. No, really. Are you me? A stranger asks a blind man, "Who am I?" But how can he possibly expect an answer? Wait, tell me your name. Yes? I don't know.
Damn it.
You see?
This whole time.
See what? that you are begging the question.
I'll beg your question.
Well, what's your name? The dead know nothing. They have no further reward, and even their name is forgotten. It's not just you. Everywhere I look here, I see us. Ego of egos. All is ego. You really don't know your name? Well, I remember the name Gershom, but whether it's mine, or yours, or both of ours, I can't quite say. What I can tell you is, a good name is better than a fine perfume. Listen, I was trying to get to a woman, and this thing, this dark thing, it became a crab, and I think I killed it, but somehow, it sent me here, wherever here is. And I need to get back to her somehow. That much I know. The dead, who have already died, are happier than the living, who are still alive. But isn't death different here? You ask, but I can't possibly answer. For in the realm of the dead, there is neither knowledge nor wisdom. Even if you can't tell me about death, at least tell me how to get back to her. There is a time to search, and a time to give up. What if I'm not ready to give up? Pity anyone who falls, and has no one to help them.
That's the second time they've implied that if we went down the well without the cicada, we would get a bad ending type situation.
I don't want your pity. I want a way back to her. The sun rises and the sun sets, and hurries back to where it rises. Even a fool knows that if he wants to go back the way he came, he just needs to retrace his steps. Why are you just sitting here, letting that snake thing drip venom on you? When I could see, I saw a tree with a snake, and thought it the tree of knowledge. So I sat, and hoped to learn. Now I'm blind, and have nowhere else to go. Is there anything I can do to help with the snake? Once, I think, there was a woman who caught the snake's venom in a bowl as it fell, and spared me some suffering. Now I wonder if she was just a dream, or whether she became the tree, or was the tree all along. Is there anything I can do? If you could find... Have you learned anything sitting here? Yes. I learned that in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow.
Oh, that one I know. Where do I know that from?
What happened to your eyes? Did you feed them to that snake thing? No. I looked the wrong way for wisdom, and the bitter poison I saw left me blind. But in time, I learned that while the wise have eyes in their heads, and the fool walks in darkness, the same fate overtakes them both.
Proverbs 3:13. Solomon affirms here that in much wisdom is much grief, and he who increaseth knowledge increases sorrow. Let me find the actual text.
So what is the fate of blind fools and wise men? Chasing after the wind. There used to be a tree here, and an old man. What happened? The wheel is broken at the well, and days have lengthened like a shadow. No, really, where are we? And what happened to the carnival? Do not say why were the old days
Just give me a
better
straight
than
answer,
these,
please.
for it is not wise to ask such questions. What are those quotes you keep spouting? The assembled wisdom of worthless toil.
More than one of them have been Bible verses.
Why can't you just speak for
I
yourself?
can't confirm
Because
all of them.
Fools multiply words, while a man worn by wisdom knows there is nothing new under the sun.
Though that, I believe, is Shakespeare.
Are you sure you don't have any meat? I have none. As I said, the fool eats his own flesh.
Oh, no. Nope, my mistake. Nothing new. Ecclesiastes 1:9. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun.
Goodbye. Remember the days of darkness, for there will be many. It's part of the structure, or whatever this is.
I wonder... Can I put that limb...
It is a tool, not raw material.
Balls.
Can you use this?
Okay.
You can't make anything but dust from a rock. Later.
We are outside the flow of time. When the universe grows cold,
there is no
there is
later.
no after, ever.
I'm going back to goodbye.
Okay, then what have we got? We've got a work order. We just need a material.
Put something I can...
Go ahead and save.
Nothing but darkness down there. Maybe a proper ending would be better. Maybe.
Oh, he won't.
Nothing but dark.
Okay.
There's nothing else in there.
Okay, nothing over here.
At least the line's not dead.
Oh, good. Even in the nether space, the phone works.
How stupid can you be? You should already know your way around, but you still haven't finished seeing the sights. Go. Explore.
Are there more? They cut the path. Oh, I didn't go over to where the shooting gallery would have been. Yeah.
Human skulls in another kind of shooting gallery, except without any gun. I can't reach the skulls.
Throw rocks at them?
Who would have that sweet balm of Gilead?
Another line from the Raven. Is there balm in Gilead?
Some visitor, gently rapping, tapping, nothing more.
Yep, okay. I got something connected. Oh? Oh, you say? Oh, hello. We keep having dead ends, though. We can have one at the top, or we can have both. This way leads us to both, or the bottom right. Okay, there's nothing that can connect to that. There and there. Neither of them work. So it's got to be this one. Yeah, okay. So, that lights up everything, but we got this dead end. Aha!
Where you tremble, shamed and daunted, there is something you have wanted. One thing only, nothing more. Waiting here, within a bottle, the promise of surcease of sorrow, a vacant past, and no tomorrow. Will you take it, we implore?
Surcease of Sorrow is also from The Raven, and it was in the general tone and cadence of the poem, but most of that was not from the poem itself.
Yes?
Gimme.
Take it, we implore.
We implore, also.
There's a bottle labeled Balm of Gilead.
Quote the protagonist. No.
It's empty.
Oh, blind stranger, thought you in this place of danger to find some friendly face or welcome manger, some escape within a drawer? Fool, there is no balm, no calm, no Aiden. Gilead is gone, and so's your maiden. So keep this pain inside your cranium and bear its burden evermore.
No. Or I'll just go put the cicada puke in the bottle.
I guess that cicada threw up some of the roots it was chewing on.
I don't suppose I can make a tooth out of...
Can you work with that?
Oh, yes. Only black bile defies my craft.
Okay.
This is what's left from intellect gnawing at the roots of wisdom. From it would come something incisive.
Oh, I guess we're dealing with
give your order.
metaphor, so the roots of the Tree of Wisdom could prove to be, a potent weapon in this place. Bang, bang.
There is tooth, fit for one who would bite deeply.
Long in the tooth.
A little different, but still sharp.
Let's see if I can go kill this fucking horrible fat pie creation over here. Anyone remember Fat Pie? That gave me nightmares as a kid. I'm gonna fucking tweet at Dave Gilbert when this is over. This is straight out of Man of Dog. I gotta ask him if that's the case. Well, never fucking mind. The Man of Dog has eaten my face yet again.
He's too fast.
hello.
You always come back to the knife. But has it ever helped you? Were you ever able to cut loose from misery? To strike a blow against your demons? Never.
It got me into the circus.
Dull.
And inside the rat. So what's left then? Maybe can I...
Plan.
Are you gonna dig out this bowl?
That's not going to work.
No. Can I melt out the bowl?
An empty bottle of whatever that...
Oh, but what I can do, maybe...
I don't want to get too close. Would this bottle help? I can't see to catch the poison. Might just work. Ah, well done. Thank you. Could you put the bottle back now? It won't budge.
Oh, that didn't work the way I'd hoped it would. Okay. One other idea.
I feel like a waiter. It's not full yet.
2.
Is there anything I can... The cup runneth over, and my head is anointed. Empty it, please, and bring it back. Goodbye.
Wait.
I could do that. I gotta... Oh my god. I'm so popular. I have so many phone calls.
You think you are? A poor martyr caught in the coils of circumstance. It should be her beneath the snake, succumbing to the drip, drip, drip of a death you cannot stop. Naive indeed. But you'd rather paint yourself a victim to blunt the pain of failure. The truth is sharper than a serpent's tooth, isn't it?
That is also from the Bible. Sharper than a serpent's tooth is the something of an ungrateful child.
That's not going to work.
Damn it.
Thank you. Could you put the bottle back now? I feel like a waiter. Four. I can't use this as a work order, or anything else.
I can't imagine the answer is just keep emptying the poison, right? We'll be here literally forever.
You. Could you put the bottle back now? Maybe there's some better use for that poison.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for confirming my suspicions. Where does it go? If I can't splash it on the man dog.
Me.
I'm done with branch breaking for the day. Week, month, year? How long has it been?
2.
I'm done with...
It is timed. I don't know if that matters, because we still end up with a bottle full of poison either way. Oh, hey, what are you? I didn't even see this here.
The webs are too thick and strong.
Aha!
I can't break through them. It's poison, not acid.
Damn it. What about knife?
It looks a little like me. Or maybe I should say it looks like a little me. A lot like a little me. There's so many of them. It's me? Doesn't feel like there are any coins in this one. I'll just give him a little poke.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and do what we did last time.
Here we go again. He definitely didn't look happy.
Oh, the guy didn't have meat, right? The fool feeds his hands and consumes his own flesh. It was a clue.
There's a note stuck inside. The world is a masquerade. Faces, costumes, voices, all pretend. We all wish to appear as we are not. We deceive ourselves, and in the end, we do not even recognize ourselves.
Beware of man.
The sign reads, "The sleep of reason produces monsters."
Hey you! Or is it hey me?
Neither. We're all fakes.
Hey Jude. The fuck is this?
Who are you?
Just think of us as fragments. Masqueraders.
Fakes. Masqueraders? You don't even have masks.
If your friend the cicada were here, do you know what he'd say?
He'd probably say chitter, chitter,
From the
chitter.
Latin, masca.
A cover for the face. A specter.
A nightmare.
And we all have nightmares here, don't we?
Onkos was the Greek word. It meant the mask worn by an actor in a tragedy.
It also meant a weight. Or a burden.
The mass of misery that hangs on the head of one who suffers.
And we all have burdens here, don't we?
Can you take off the mask? Set down the burden. Wake up from the nightmare.
That's what you've been doing.
Your mind is a matryoshka.
But be careful.
Oh yeah,
What's
they brought that up
underneath
earlier.
Could be worse.
Worse? Sure, we put on masks for a reason, don't we?
Maybe under all those layers of overcoats, there's only a dead rat.
And what if there's nothing beneath? Where are we? The carnival? My head? Why not both?
A Coney Island of the mind.
Coney Island. That's probably the most modern reference yet.
Can you help me find her? The woman. I know you know who she is.
Sure thing.
Walk up the tracks. Do it yourself.
That's the whole problem.
It's not a pilgrim's progress when you hitch a ride.
You don't get Silent Hill by being a good person.
Us.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's just a matter of like, okay, but what form is this taking and what happened in the real world, right? Like, when is the Nathan's hot dog eating contest of the mind? No beans in my chili, please.
Get past you?
Sure thing.
Just need to look us in the face.
And say please.
Please?
Sure thing. Just tell me this. Do you remember what you called me? The man you were?
The Hanged Man.
I called you a hanged man.
Why?
Because we were already condemned. We just didn't realize it yet.
And how about me?
The man before you.
Fool,
What did you
believe.
call me? Do you remember? I called you a fool. Why? Because we should have found a way to help her. Well, then, now it's my turn. The you who is to come. What did you say I was? Remember?
You were the hermit.
I called you a hermit. You gonna tell me why? You really need to ask? Because she's gone.
Well, that's that. Except that you'll have to look at yourself again up there. Only it'll be worse.
Up where?
You'll see.
Afro, that's like the third time someone has said that signing onto the stream. It's fucking... Like, there have been at least 3 instances of someone showing up and be like, well, that's a fucker of a thing to start off on. This game is like one continuous string of like, goddamn, what was that? It's really good, though. I'm just hoping it doesn't turn out to be a coma all along, because that'll be...
Hopefully that
It's one of
hike
my
won't
personal
repeat itself.
bugbears.
I think I'd rather hit the tree again.
Oh.
It's out of reach.
Okay, so the whole game we've been dealing with ignorance and trying to hide from our shame.
It's out
by
of reach.
forgetting it. Now we're being surrounded by mirrors.
It's out of reach. I'm sick of looking at myself. It's broken.
So we're being forced to confront. We're not allowed to hide anymore.
Ah, that hurt. I'm sick of being watched too. I wish I could tear it out. Not bad. Huh. For once I did something right. Not trying that again. I guess there's no getting it back. Looks like some kind of force field.
What if we smash all these mirrors?
It's not like my luck can get any worse. Only 2 rocks left. Just enough for what needs to be done.
Okay, we're giving
Here
up
we
all
go
of our
again.
items in the process. Like how
Well,
the crab took all of our
last
items
one.
as well. That's kind of cool.
Well, look at that. In we go.
And all we have is the bottle. Hey, T-Sot, you kind of called this earlier. Pity the man who drinks.
Please write your name to continue.
There's no switch. So, what do I write?
Please write your name.
Katana's
to
here.
continue.
Oh, I never played that. Ah. That's me.
You did not write your name.
Hello? Hello? Well, I guess it's an eye, not an ear.
Well,
Another eye.
it's also a mouth.
Just an ordinary mirror.
Huge. Well,
It's a guest register, like at a hotel. A flickering lamp.
they kind of hinted at our name.
Hey, it's blank again.
Please write your name to continue.
I gotta wonder.
How would I erase it?
That
Horace.
happens.
My name is Horace.
What kind of game are you playing?
That's another Primordia gag.
Please write your name to continue.
It's a Wadjet eye, yeah. And Wormwood Studios, specifically. So, also Primordia. So they hinted at her name, right? When we were talking to Rhoda, the third one, Abe something. I just can't remember what it is. But they specifically said at the beginning of the game, I'm not going to have to memorize shit.
It's a guest register. There's no a flickering.
I wonder if I could just write Abe. I'm pretty sure it started with
name
Abe.
To continue. You did not write your name.
No going back.
All right.
Much better.
Yeah, I'm out of rocks. I'm out of poison. All I have is this empty bottle.
An empty bottle of Balm of Gilead.
I got rid of my knife.
There's no switch.
And all that's in here is the lamp, the register, the eye, and the mirror. I do wish I could remember...
Another eye. It's a guest register, like at a hotel.
Oh!
Please write your name to continue.
God damn it. God damn it.
That's it, isn't it? Your name.
Yeah, speak friend and go fuck yourself.
Well, I wasn't planning on going back anyway.
The man who takes the right path will find his cup runs over, while he who goes the other way will, by and by, be left with nothing.
Okay, so, like, I know we've been comparing it to Darkseid a bunch, but this is starting to feel a little bit like the Lodge at the end of Harvester.
It's out of reach.
Stupid brain died on me for a second there.
I can barely even see myself with these pieces missing. The mirror looked special, but it's just my same old reflection. Same old reflection. Same old reflection.
Oh, Harvester has not fucking aged well at all. I don't know. Like, I didn't play it at the time, so maybe if I had, I would have felt differently, but spoilers for Harvester?
The liquid's out of reach. It's out of reach.
Okay. I need maybe something to... Yeah, spoilers, I guess, for the end of Harvester. But, like, when I did play it, which was only about 5 or 6 years ago, the whole, like, oh, video games turn people into madness, into killers. This is how the religious right thinks. Look at how foolish they sound. Let's take it to the extreme. Like, it just felt kind of edgelordy nonsense. Again, maybe if I had played it, you know, in the era it was made, it would have hit differently. But I was already living in a post-Jack Thompson world. Like, fuck, I was living in a post-Leland Yee world by the time I played it, so...
Same. The liquid's out of reach.
Okay, I can keep looking at my reflection. Oh. By taking the right path, your cup runneth over. By taking the left path, little by little, you're left with nothing. Every time you go through the right in this loop, again, reinforcing the never-ending purgatorial, the water level rises. Every time you take the left path, it goes back down. Now I've got the bottle.
Whew. Strong stuff.
What is it, though?
The bottle's full of purple liquid from that pool. The smell of it makes my head spin. That's not going to work. Well, it worked for Alice.
Well, have a drink.
My head feels strange.
And that is the last thing in my inventory. It's all kaput. Now let's see what happens when I look in these silly mirrors.
Not again.
Oh, no,
Where is it?
Where'd my head go? Oh, I'm a bird.
What the hell? It's a raven's head on my body. A nice change, actually. The mirror is cracking.
Quote the raven, huh? All right. Ever heard of the mirror mark test? Eggheads use it to see if an animal really knows itself. You put the thing in front of a mirror, and you put a mark on its forehead. Then you see, does it understand the animal in the mirror is its own reflection? Or does it just get mad and lash out? Everything from God to Corvids have passed it. And yet, here you are.
The mirror... No going back.
Oh, so you don't like the mirror? Well then, let me give you another mark to work with. Ravens mate for life. Actually, most of us birds are monogamous, which means that thing you humans find so romantic. You're not spotting yourselves in swans and turtle doves. You're admiring the avian in humanity. It's the closest you'll ever get to flying, really.
I mean, if that works for you, I'm happy.
Still lashing out. Only a fool thinks he needs a broken mirror. to reflect a broken man.
Mouse.
Hello? Hello? Now I've got a rat's head on my body.
Tora, Ota, Rota. Mystic, sacred, mythic, profane. And so the wheel turns on and on.
I know that
Young
voice.
eyes see the world for what it is. But from our teachers we learn. Pareidolia. Our vision warps until we see nothing but distorted versions of ourselves in every stone and socket.
Hello? Hello?
And when one sees his sin etched in every inch, he's left with no choice but
It's yeah, no, it's the same voice as Rhoda, but I've heard it elsewhere.
Hello?
Where's the shark?
Did you think I was full? That I was gone?
Hello?
No. I will hound you until I swallow your world.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this game is not yet up on IMDb. I'm looking at Abe Goldfarb's page right now, and it's not been updated. Okay. Oh.
It's
Yeah, so all of the remaining mirrors seem to be this. Oh, I have not, I see. Oh, okay.
a little broken glass never hurt anybody, right?
Except anyone who's ever been stabbed by broken glass.
Too slow. Always too slow.
That sounds like a weighted
I already
statement.
told you, you need to go the right way to fulfillment.
Yeah, you did. You sure did. Oh, they rotate. Okay. There There we go.
Well, it's progress. We're getting there.
Missing 3 pieces. Oh, nope, hold on.
Almost got it. One more shard.
Which now we need to... Oh,
a ladder? That wasn't there before.
Check this shit.
Funny. No bottle down here.
And again, not the first time we've stabbed an eyeball. Like, far from the first time we've done some eyeball damage, which, thank you, game. I feel like you did this for me personally. It makes me feel very seen. Mouth moving?
A cyclopean eye.
Oh, yeah. That's better. I just had an appointment with my doctor last week. Cornea's stable. I might have to use eye drops for the rest of my life, which is annoying, but when you consider that the worst case scenario was I would go blind, I guess I got out pretty easy.
There. What is that? Even I know better than to touch that.
Hey, don't do it. I can't go...
You know, someone once told me, the man who stands at a strange threshold should be cautious before he crosses it. But what else am I going to do?
All right. What have we been dealing with this entire time?
I did it. I made it back. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll get you out of there.
I'm in a straitjacket. She's in a hospital gown.
I'll get you out of there. I have to get her out of there.
There we are.
It's not even locked.
And her hair is gone.
I'm here.
Which we used it to make the wing. So...
What? What is that? No.
And we have had an EKG meter this whole time.
Oh, this is always my favorite part. Like I told you, you always drop the ball at the end.
No.
Don't bother. I'm already inside your head. You know that. I've always been watching. Watching you squander and ruin every single good thing in your life. Did you think you could win? Idiot. Take a good look at the setting you made for our little escapade. In your heart, you knew this was a carnival game. You knew life was a carnival game. Rigged from start to finish. It was never a matter of winning. Just a question of how much you would lose before you realized it was time to quit.
Well, ready to quit yet?
Let's see. So we've been talking to the darkness on the phone this whole time.
I can't reach them.
Not done yet? Aren't you sick of running? Your whole life. Running from that dark thing always just behind you, like a black dog. Hungry, angry, relentless. And you fed it, didn't you? Let it grow big enough to swallow the sun, didn't you? And now there's nowhere left to run.
Another Norse mythology reference. The great wolf Fenrir swallowed the sun and brought about the eternal winter.
They're too heavy to lift. I guess I'm nowhere. I've fallen enough. More rocks. They're too heavy to lift.
That's the thing with shadows. You can never escape them. Unless you go into utter darkness. But you failed even at that.
I feel like we're in a Monkey Island situation.
You're too worthless to even quit while you're behind, let alone to win. You really thought you could save her from that dark crab that had her in its clutches. After all, a man is meant to be the hero of his own adventure, but not you. You are just a husk. A rat.
You can't just untie a noose. They don't have a cutting edge.
I'll see you later, T-Sot. I mean, next time you're free, you can just watch the VOD and catch the ending.
Death is never a tragedy. Death is where a tragedy ends.
Oh, there's the knife. Okay. Yeah, we're cycling around in...
Now you're left with nothing but masks and metaphors.
I see what they want me to do. I just gotta cycle back around before I can do it.
And a woman. Always just out of reach.
Because now I can use the knife to cut the noose, to remake the grappling hook, which I can use to grab the wings, to jump over this gap.
I've fallen enough.
Well,
I've fallen enough.
While we're waiting for the, unless, hold on.
It's too far to jump. I've fallen.
While we're waiting for the cycle to happen, thank you everyone for hanging out and watching Strangeland today.
Who plays a deadly game, but only when the rules say he can't die. You're worse than a pawn. A sacrifice can't save your queen. And even if you reach the end of the board, she's not coming back. And it's all your fault.
Thank you, my inner demons. Yep, alright, we looped around. So I gotta get to the, I mean, unless, this can't possibly work without the rope, right?
That's not going to work.
So thank you for watching Strangeland today. We're probably going to be finishing up here pretty soon, but depending on whether you're watching this live on Twitch or archived on YouTube, feel free to follow, subscribe, ring the bell, whatever, depending on which of those things is relevant. It all helps me out. And again, depending on where you're watching it from, there's either panels below you or a link on the main page to my Twitter and Discord. You can also check things out there if you like. Tis all appreciated and useful in the social media engagement-osphere. Plus also just, you know, thanks for hanging out and enjoying the game. This has been really, really good. I can't wait to see how all of this wraps up.
This is starting to feel like
Deja vu, but not quite. Now, you're going to think I'm telling you about jamais vu for the first time. No matter how often we've already had this conversation. It's when you've heard something before, been somewhere before, met someone before, and yet it feels completely unfamiliar. If a man writes death 1,000 times, he starts to wonder, is that even a word? But it is. Oh, how it is.
All right, here we go.
now we're getting somewhere.
No, you're on a journey to nowhere, and you're wearing yourself to nothing.
All right. Now I'm going to save because I've got two different places I could potentially jump. And I'm not sure if they're both viable or not. Because this will be the third Wadjet game I've played, and both of them have had multiple endings, typically deviating at the very end. So, what happens if we try to jump here?
I don't want to lose it. I can't soar from here.
Okay, never mind.
They're too heavy to lift. I guess I'm nowhere.
Yeah, I did like... I think I got them all when we finished up yesterday. There were like 5 or 6. Okay. I keep anticipating...
I need to put them on first.
Oh, sorry. I keep anticipating when this game is going to start, you know, giving me ending branches, but so far it looks like there's only been one path.
Do you really think you can escape me?
I've got you.
I did it. I made it. But the dark thing, it's right behind me.
There is no dark thing, you liar. These symbols are evasions. Crows, crabs, clowns. This grab bag of myths and masks and make-believe. It's all an evasion. She's dead. Do you understand? You can't talk your way out of that. You can't cut your way out of that. You can't imagine your way out of that. This figment, this fragment. Savor all you want, or don't. It doesn't matter. She's a fake, and you're a fraud. You already failed. You didn't save her. You can't. She's dead.
This whole carnival is a lie. A funhouse mirror. Because you're too ashamed to look in a real mirror and see who you really are. You know I'm right. The only thing in your whole damned adventure that's ever been true is what I've been saying. I am your mirror.
Aha. I am your mirror. That is definitely something out of No Exit. There have been a couple of No Exit references. Well, let's do the bad ending first.
He's lying.
He's telling you facts. But what a mirror can show is a dim reflection at best. Our lives, ourselves, they're more than just facts. They're truths. And all those symbols let us see the world's truths through the eyes of another, as a lover's eyes show us our own bright selves. You saw me, and I have never stopped seeing you, my love.
But are you dead?
Yes, dead, not gone. I'm here, aren't I?
And that shadow of me, he's here too.
If there's a shadow in your mind, it's because there's a light in your mind to cast it. You thought I was the light, but it was always inside you. I saw it. The whole world is full of lights, shining in the darkness, like the sky is full of stars, and the field is filled with fireflies. You thought I caught you as you fell through darkness, but you were the light I saw. We caught each other. In here, out there, our light is still shining. And now, once more, you need to spread your wings and fly toward that light.
But the wings were wrecked when I crashed.
Those were a crutch. You have what you need, my love.
He has nothing, and he will fly nowhere. Beyond this gloom in which you're hiding, there's just reality, as hard and sharp as a knife. Out there is what you're running from. Your black dog, your dark thing, your shadow. We are the reflection of a life you can't look in the face.
Don't look it in the face, my love. Look it in the eyes. And soar. It's time.
I never thought I'd see her again. You know how this ends. It's watching, waiting.
There was an achievement in Primordia also called I Always Wanted to Fly. It was when, it's when you choose to jump off the building at the end.
Goodbye, my love.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a meditation on grief and loss and coping or failing to cope. Yeah, I like that we don't really get much of an we don't really get any details about what's happening in the real world, quote unquote, like who he or she were, because that's not important. It's about someone failing to cope with the tragedy that happened to them. Only 8 achievements that I didn't get. It is very similar to another game I have played recently that I cannot name, for to name it in this context would itself be a spoiler. But it's an interesting counterpoint to a different type of game, or a different game itself. Pardon me, gonna cough again. Let's see if there's a few more endings real quick before we wrap up tonight.
Fraud.
Victus! Oh, Jay Frisbee, thanks for that follow.
Do you really?
Yes, I can. So let's see. There was at least one major split over here, where I think if I hit escape, yeah, okay, I could resign instead of reject.
He's right, isn't he?
He's telling you facts, but what a mirror can show is a dim reflection at best. Our lives, ourselves, they're more than just facts. They're truths. And all those symbols let us see the world's truths through the eyes of another, as a lover's eyes show us our own bright selves. You saw me, and I have never stopped seeing you, my love.
But are you dead?
Yes, dead, not gone. I'm here, aren't I?
dark thing is here too.
If there's a shadow in your mind, it's because there's a light in your mind to cast it. You
Alright, it
thought
seems like no
I
matter
was
what
the
you
light,
choose, it leads
but
to the
was only
same...
I saw the whole and the... You thought, but we in here, out there, and now you need to and fly.
How? Every time I've tried to fly, I've crashed. And now the wings are gone.
You have what you need, my love.
He has nothing, and he will fly nowhere. Beyond this gloom in which you're hiding, there's just reality. As hard out there. Your black dog. We are.
Don't look it in the and soar.
Alright. So there doesn't seem to be much of a split there. I wonder what happens if I give the orb to her.
This was never about saving me, my love.
What happens if I give the orb to the shadow?
Not going to work. That's not going to work.
Really? Are you faster than thought? Stronger than shame? Even on your best days, you couldn't rid yourself of me. And now? Well, if this is the end you want, nothing would give me greater pleasure. Shall we? Yes, we shall.
Man goes to the shrink, drops himself down on the couch. Doc, he says, I got this horrible thought stuck in my head, and it just won't go away. Shrink says, that's not a thought, you idiot. It's a 5-foot spike of darkness. Man says, okay, but how can I get rid of it? Shrink says, well, I wouldn't suggest the knife.
And by opposing end them, the name of the achievement there, that is the... Yeah, see, this does not feel appropriate after that ending. But and by opposing end them is the end to Hamlet's speech. It is the ending to the to be or not to be speech. Is it nobler in the mind to... fuck, come on. Is it nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or by opposing end them? So let's see. Oh, hey, look, I just hold escape and it fast forwards. What else could we possibly do at the end there? Well, we've done everything we can with the orb.
You couldn't cut yourself free from your sorrows out there. Do you really think you'll do any better in here?
I can't do any worse, can I?
And it's very similar to Primordia.
Goes to see Shrink and says, Doc, I'm depressed. Doc says, that's easy. Go see the great clown Grimaldi.
Oh, yeah,
the
we all know
show's
this
in
one.
town tonight. Man says, but Doc, my wife just died. Doc says, geez, I sure hope she wasn't Grimaldi.
it's very similar to Primordia in that there's lots of different branching endings, but they all kind of point to the same, like, the same general setting. Like in Primordia, you either die or get absorbed, and Metrominds, you know, runs things badly into the ground, or you escape one way or another in back home, and Metromind still runs the city, but you're out of it. Like, those are the two basic things that happen. There's just a handful of different variants on how you get there. Because honestly, the deviations in the end don't really mean anything. It's, you know, the journey that got you there is going to, you know, bring you to basically the same place. Like, Horatio is not going to be the hero of the city. That's not who he is. Oh, did I miss an ending in Primordia? Those are the two. So in Primordia, what did I do? I jumped off the roof. I accepted Metromind's deal. I told Metromind I wasn't going to accept a deal and got killed. I electrocuted I killed Scraper, got the power core, and left. And I transmitted the virus. Oh, I killed the entire world. Yeah, there's also that. I transmitted the virus to the entire world. And in here, it all seems to be like either you rise out of the dream and go back to cope with whatever happened, or various versions of you fall into despair. Because the ending is not really going to change that drastically. It's more of, you know, what got you to that point. There's a good outcome and a bad outcome, but other than that, it's just, you know, kind of like similar paths to get to those outcomes. That having been said, let's see what happens if we do the objectively worst thing we could possibly do.
Never.
I guess not.